rid of it lag. Might cause more lag. Did we get under 1,000 pounds? We did, didn't it get down to 900? I don't remember. That was something fun. It's about 4 hours ago, wasn't it? What time did I strike before? I don't know what time it was. I'm sitting on my leg funny. I need to move it. The game is taking its time loading, but there is a thing running in the background that I forgot was running in the background. And that might be causing an issue. Can I pause or cancel that? There you are. What are you doing? Time remaining more than 1 day. Oh, it's trying to move 1.78 terabytes. Okay, yes, that's what's causing the problem. Can I pause you and have you just do that later? What are you doing? Okay, now that that one says 12 hours left, moving an additional 1 terabyte. Okay. I'm rearranging files on my hard drive. So I've got this hard drive sending stuff to that hard drive, and this other hard drive sending stuff to another hard drive. Stressed out, I organize things. Obviously, stressed out, and I rearrange inventory in Witcher 3. Alright, you're also taking a lot of space. I'm going to tell both of you to pause, and I'll turn you back on later. There. Now you're not running in the background. That's better. Okay, I saw the game start to load.
As Yennefer of Vengerberg told it, there had been a magic explosion in Skeleton, related to serious
We've never been able to see that
swath of forest. Geralt set out for the Isles to join the sorcerers and
what is
seek
that thing?
further clues of
I
Ciri's
don't know what it's called. We've never been able to see that from that long distance before. We could see that all the way over from where we were.
who helped break down the Druid's resolve.
Missing your head? What are you doing here? Oh, that's right, you're up on a shelf. I forgot where I left you.
He looks more serious, more brave somehow.
Can't get up there, can we? No? What are you doing in the back? Yeah? What'd you just on the floor? Let me have my drink before you throw that on the floor. How about that? Put it on here. I'm gonna hold up, what do you call it, card table? Is this? That's not a card table, is it? card table's bigger than that, I think. It's a little fold-up table here, anyways. That way, I can sit my food and my drinks here, and I can sit here, and I can sleep here, and I can eat here, and I don't have to move. It's very difficult for me to move. And I've been up and outside.
You must face him on your terms, in this world, in a place of your choosing.
So now I hurt
It's your only chance.
way more than usual. Moving is difficult and painful. Walking is better than it was a couple of years ago. Still not completely back yet. Guess we're gonna turn the lights on. I don't know why we're here. We're just wandering around the house. If you missed the last stream, which was just a few hours ago, we've had massive amounts of vandalism. It was one of the biggest attacks that has ever happened, ever, in decades. Because of COVID-19 stay-at-home orders, my father hasn't been able to go out and go driving and stuff like he usually does. And he didn't have any place to put his car. This is the treasure hunt place. Okay. Wait, we have to click on that to activate it. Why can't you click on it? Have we already done it? We might have already done it. That might be why you can't click on it. Anyways.
Do you like my new novel? Something of Lara Doran about her, wouldn't you agree, Griever?
Because of the parking situation at my dad's apartment, he can't just leave his car. There is not enough parking spaces for the amount of tenants there are in the building. So people rotate their cars. Everybody's got it set up where
Don't just stand
you
there.
park your car here
It's a
at daytime for a few hours, and you park your car here at nighttime for a few hours, back and forth. Difficult to explain, but if you see it in action, you figure out, oh yeah, that works. Problem is, since the stay-at-home orders, which have been over a year, well, try my father. He's disabled. He can't work. He's 82 years old. And he can't go out and move his car. He's high risk for COVID-19. So he can't keep going out in contact with the neighbors to rotate cars when somebody needs to go to work. Because cars have to be double and triple parked because of the way the parking lot is. So it's, these people have to work at this time of the day, so they park here at the front for a certain amount of hours. And when they come back from work, the other people move their cars back here, and they move ahead, and so these people need to go to work. So I said, you need to rotate the cars. And it works. Stay-at-home orders made that very difficult for everybody, because then some people couldn't go back to work, and other people who were, one of the people who lives here is a police officer, so they have more work, and another person who lives here is a delivery person, so they all of a sudden had more work, and the stay-at-home orders made the parking system just a nightmare. So my father took his car to Old Orchard and left it in my driveway because you would think parking your car in your own yard would be safe. No. The backhoe returned. My father's car, cars normally are straight across.
Meaning what exactly?
The hood of my father's car is a like, not just the hood, but the hood end, the whole front, upper, everything of my father's car is up here instead of here, like it's supposed to be. And the back end of my father's car is up here. This is my father's car is shaped like a V. Because, oh look, somebody had a backhoe and decided to go squish in the middle of his car. Because it was in my driveway and they thought it was my car. It's not the only thing that happened. We have many, many, many tens of thousands, possibly several 100,000 in damages to our yard right now. Police and the town hall are trying to figure out what is going on. Ah, now it lets us click on it. Why didn't you let us click on it before? I think we already did it, I guess. Hi, Ras. But hi, Ras.
Avallac'h.
Yes.
He prepared some special
Isn't
orders
that
for
the
me.
box right here? This box right here. That's just... I'm gonna go back and look at this box again. Where was it? What are we doing? Singing? Pounding your head on my chin? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's that box there and we already got it. If it isn't that box and we didn't already get it, we'll probably find it. No. Yes, I know. Keyboard. All kinds of nice clicky sounds. Rascal's trying to play with the keyboard. I think you're trying to reach. You're trying to reach the stuff that I put over there, right?
Speaking of which, as the future Empress,
I think you threw the knife on the floor. Where's the knife? I could cut you a little piece of cheese if I knew where the knife was. Is that what I heard you on the floor? I don't know what that... What? That's good. Why? There's nobody here but you. You're the only one who could have done this. Okay.
Where to?
Well, now I get back on the floor. There was a bag of chips here, but the whole side of the bag of chips is ripped open and the chips are on the floor. Rascal likes to climb. If he finds a plastic bag, he likes the crinkly noise, and he climbs inside of them, and he pushes it around the ground, making all kinds of crinkly noises on it. Obviously, that's what happened to this bag. But it had chips in it. Now there's chips all over the floor. Rascal, I don't know where the knife is. There was a little butter knife here, sitting here with the cheese, and it's not here. The cheese was over here. And he was throwing stuff on the floor, and I put that over there. So that means the knife is going to be down here, but I don't see it. Rascal, everything on the table was on the floor. My dish is on the floor upside down. I was still eating that. What have you been doing? Rascal, what's sticking your face here?
No, it means that I was young and drunk, and it happened.
You'd think he was a kitten. This is an elderly senior kid. Yeah. You love... That's one of his favorite pastimes. Get on a table or a bookshelf or on a counter, and if something's sitting there, he just sits there and stares at it, and then he whacks it with his paw to watch it fling across the room and land on the ground, and if it's glass, it breaks. It's one of his favorite things to do. He does it all the time. Ah, Rascal, you know what? It's cream cheese. I can cut it with my finger. Yeah, I know. You're not going to stop until I give you a piece. That's what we're doing. There you go. Go ahead. Okay. There. Now I got cream cheese all over my hand. I suppose one of the advantages of being crippled and bedridden,
That was close.
you have to have everything all close around you so you can reach everything. I try to have a Pollyanna outlook on things, but it's sometimes very difficult. I'm not a Pollyanna outlook person. I'm a bitch and scream outlook person. I go into rages. I didn't get it all off my hand.
I have Avallac'h.
That is what is being uploaded on my... That's why I'm moving stuff, because we have a 3-hour long... Nothing but me screaming and yelling and... In other news, we also went on to swamps today. Guess who we found? They're nothing gonna bother at all, but the situation seems to need Edwell's intervention. So, Edwell's on the case. There's the police department. What did I see? It's supposed to be bats, right? It looks like birds, but it... Those are supposed to be bats, aren't they? No? No, they're crows. Is it the shadow of crows flying around outside? What am I don't remember that visual effect. It's supposed to be crows flying around looking like they're sitting in the tree and getting in and out of the tree, right? But for some reason they're glitching out and coming in here. Okay. That's why it looks weird. They're supposed to be out here. Most of them are out here. We can turn this light on. No, not fast travel light. Can you reach us? You can't reach us, can you? Geralt can reach us. Geralt can just walk over and click and on and off. And Avallac'h short. I don't know why Avallac'h short. He was the tallest character in the novels. They made him very short in the game. They actually did explain it because I contacted the game developers and I asked them. It was something that actually pissed me off enough that I contacted the game developers and I asked them, why is he so short? But there is a logical and somewhat lore-friendly reason for it. He is a shapeshifter in the novels, so he can be any height he wants to be. There's that. But they thought Uma was Ciri. The answer the game developers gave me.
Dead.
They thought
Listen to me.
Yennefer thought Uma was Ciri. And so when she made the spell to give Uma a new body, she made it the size of Ciri. That's why Avallac'h's the same height as Ciri. Just hope it's as close as the gate, right? But what do you... Why'd you do a family dance first? Yes, this opens and closes the gate. We have already been here then. I was trying to remember if we had been here before or not in this playthrough. I think we've been everywhere in this playthrough. This playthrough has been going on for 3 years. This is the 11th playthrough. I'm also doing a 12th playthrough simultaneously, go back and forth. But
So I must
this is the
believe you
11th
put equal
playthrough.
effort into preparing this lie.
And there's nothing else. Nothing else to go in. We didn't miss anything, did we? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, none of these are things we can climb. Some of these places have like hidden things you have to climb up and reach. I was wondering, this over here looks like it might be one, but I don't think it is. Hey, our horse is in here. Sorry. Brask, yes, that is cheese. I closed it back up. Did you eat all of that already? You ate all that already, or did you throw it on the floor?
Which does not mean it will be easy to execute.
Hey! Hey. 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 He just had his medicine. Before we started this, he had his medicine. That's why there's cheese here. He knows after he gets his medicine, he gets a piece of cheese. This is the type of cheese we have today. Usually we have Gouda. Gouda? Yes. Good. You dropped it on. Today we have cream cheese, which is messy, but he likes it more. Why are you grinding into my show? What are you doing? Oh, Rascal, you're Canadian. He pushed it down in and squished it in. This is media.
Using things similar to megascopes.
Washed it a couple of days ago. Just did the wash. I have to wash everything more than most people normally do because Rascal does stuff like this and Marcy pees on everything. Marcy's 20 years old. She's having a bladder problem. She has to wear diapers now. She's having a, what do we call that? Incontinence? Oh, that's called. She doesn't always know when she has to pee. So she pees in her sleep and stuff. So put the diaper on her before she goes to bed. And that's what Ben was trying to do last stream. He never put a diaper on before he could see what he was doing. Wait, no, I see loot up there. There is loot spot. How did we get up there? We can get up there. Wait a minute. There's a ladder here. We didn't go up this ladder, did we? Rascal? Hey. I know. I should put it back in the fridge. I should have put it back in the fridge before I started streaming. I forgot. Because I just gave him his medicine. That's why it's here. And I set it down. Yes, you found it again. Where can I hide it? I need like something with a locking cover, like a canister or something, that I could put stuff in right here. He won't get it in. Rascal, there's no place to hide it from you. Not if we put it under the pillow, but then I'll forget it there and I'll end up, it'll be in bed and I'll sleep on it. And then we'll have squashed cheese on us. There, I hid it under the pillow.
Treated your body like a side of pork.
Your nose is going to find it, all right? Okay. Move your foot. There we go. It's not up there anymore, Rascal. No, it's not up there. There isn't a way to... That's death if we jump from there. Everyone can't jump down. Geralt can probably jump down and make that jump onto that shelf if you get in the right place. Avallac'h can't make a long jump.
Seems to me you have a plan. Care to share it with us?
He had a hard time getting around, so when I made the Avallac'h mod and all these changes to stuff he can and can't do, he can't jump. That's one of the things he can't do. You can't do there's run and jump at. Okay. Rascal's helping. Rascal's aside. I'm gonna have a fist fight. What did you do? I didn't see what you did. Rascal's playing with the keyboard.
Alas, this awaits us all, though at different stages.
I don't
of
remember
existence.
what causes it to punch things. Whatever button causes Avallac'h to punch things, that's what Rascal just did. Rascal, no, you're on the keyboard again. You're not on the keyboard. Yeah, it's difficult when you're on the keyboard. Okay. Oh, is this one of those places the horse can't go through? It just won't let the horse go through. Obviously, there's some type of barrier code here that won't let the horse through. Okay, get off the horse. And if we call the horse, sometimes the horse can just walk through when we call it. But we are overburdened. Can we not call our horse? We can't call our horse. We are overburdened. That means we have to ride our horse. Oh, why can't you get on the horse? Now we can't get on the horse. Weird. Okay. Well, we have to go all the way around because, wait, can we get our horse on the other side? How did our horse even get in here? I didn't bring the horse in here. The horse came in here on its own. Okay, we can't go through here. There isn't anything. We need to climb up those things and look at anything. Gills is scared. What's attacking us? Something's attacking us. Gills is scared. I don't know if I'll see if there's anything up here. I can't. No. Can't see anything. Looks like no, nothing up here. Glen? I don't know how you say that word. You know, Gaelic is my native tongue. I should know how to pronounce these words. I have forgotten Gaelic, most of it. I did very few Gaelic words. I still don't know. My grandmother, the one who died when I was 8, she spoke Gaelic. When I went to college, I was 37 when I started college. When I went to college, I had a horrible time with people understanding anything I said because my accent was so horrific. And I've lost a lot of it.
Where are my clothes?
Just skeletons, okay. Just being around Americans and talking to Americans for the last, 10 years or so? I've lost huge amounts of my accent. This area, have we been here? I don't remember this area with all these skeletons laying here. We've never done heavy exploring in any playthrough before this playthrough. This is the first playthrough where we're just exploring everything. For no other reason than to explore everything. So I may actually have never been over here. We did all the quests and stuff in the other playthroughs. Very, typical. Let's play the game and go through the quest stories and get all the quest endings and stuff. That was my goal. That's when I kept replaying the game. It was like, I want to get this ending, and I want to get that ending. I want to see all. Just wanted to see every possible ending you could get in the game, and every possible ending you could get of every quest in the game. We've gotten most of it. There's you would have to play the game minimum 48 times if you were just going to play the game straight through and play it differently enough to get every single quest ending. But we didn't do it that way. In the third Geralt playthrough, I started because I realized that was when I started modding the game, started making mods for the game. I started modding the game in the second Geralt playthrough. But
We were discussing questions of a magic nature. Nothing of great
did our
interest.
horse go back in here? Where's our horse? Didn't I leave the horse there? I don't know. I thought I left the horse right there. I assume that means you went back in here, because it went in here on its own before. Yep, there you are. Oh, there's a pile of hay. That's right. What was that camera angle thing? What did it just do? What it just did? I tried to get on the horse and instead it did a weird camera angle and didn't go on the horse at all. But there's harpies. I think ain't there ghouls around? Was there ghouls? There was ghouls in this building and then wraiths upstairs originally, right? Something like that. And then there's harpies outside. I know there's harpies right here because we just saw some when we came over and Kills was scared and I saw a harpy fly by. I don't see him now. Did the travel companions kill it? And I didn't, and I wasn't paying attention. I want to see, can we go in? Since you couldn't come out, can you go in? You can go in. But you couldn't go out. Can you go out now? Go out now. Why wouldn't you? Our horse is weird. I have no clue. And this where I saw the harpies. Did I see him over here? Or am I going the wrong way? If travel companions killed them, there should be loot laying around somewhere. I guess we're gonna go around the building and look for harpy loot, or look for harpies that were attacking us because we didn't kill them. I was too busy looking at other stuff. Yeah, weren't they right here? Ain't this where I saw? There's an Easter egg over there. I guess we'll go. Oh! Wait. Where's the boat? The boat's near this thing. The boat with, what's that name of the quest? Why can't I think of the name of the quest? The boat with Yennefer. I see loot. We went over here. This couldn't be the harpy loot loot from the harpies that I saw. This is too far away. What's this loot? It is harpy loot. Must have been panthers and a panther. Wait. Do we got panthers with us? We got the ocelots with us. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the panthers have a bigger range. The ocelots is a mod I made that just... It made the ducal puma. That's ducal puma. It made the ducal puma like half the size. So, it doesn't actually look like an ocelot, but... whatever. Ocelots were among the things listed as pets after our cats. That's why we kept having the Panthers with us, because he had ocelots. So that was the closest thing. Okay, but we might need to change the battery on the mouse. We're having a mouse issue, but Rascal, there is more of you inside the mouse than there is on you. Look at all this cat hair inside the mouse. No wonder the battery's having a bad connection. It's full of Rascal fluff. We cleaned out the keyboard a while back. A couple months ago. I think it was around Christmas time, I can't remember. Opened up the keyboard. It came apart. I thought you could just pop out the keys on a regular, full-size keyboard. You can just pop out the keys and clean up. But this is a little mini travel keyboard thing. So you couldn't. You have to take the top piece off and the bottom piece off, and then you slide out, and then you can access the keys and take them out. And when I got it out, it was just like somebody had taken all of Rascal's fur, shaved it off of him, and shoved it all in here. It was just packed full of cat fur underneath the keyboards. How was it was no wonder I was having trouble with the keyboard working. It kept not working. If I'd push on a button, then nothing would happen. Back. This Rascal? Okay. Rascal's helping me. You keep good. It's the. Did you hit this? Is this the button you hit? Yes, that's the button you hit. Okay.
This way.
I've never figured out how to get up to Yennefer's. There it is. This is where Yennefer's boat is. I've never figured out, can you get up there? We can get really close to it. We climbed up to it before. And we kept dying. We kept falling off and dying, falling off and dying.
Avallac'h claims vanity is Ilra's greatest weakness.
Somewhere, one of the VODs from... must have been 2019, because I didn't stream hardly at all 2020. I did one stream each month 2020 just to update, because we were having so many issues. COVID-19 hit here really bad. Most of Maine didn't get hit by COVID-19, but we are right in the area. We're right outside of Portland. Portland got hit by COVID-19 really bad. Almost everybody in Maine who had COVID-19 was in this area. 4 people in this building died from COVID-19. 9 people in... Hey, just look there. 9 people in my family died from COVID-19. Including Uncle Brucey, so.
I must leave you now. We will meet.
It's unusual
Can you remember?
that you find a person who was hated by so many people, that thousands of people rejoiced when he died. Rascal? Yes, you're on the keyboard again. But that was the case with Brucey. And he died at the hospital. They rushed him to the ambulance. He was in, he got, the FBI finally caught him. And he's the one that they were trying to catch for a long time. One of them. There's more than one. There's still 2? 3. There's still 3 uncles alive that the FBI is after. But he's the one that he had done so many things to so many people. He's the one that was involved with Heaven's Cave also. They were after him for years. He was the one that did all the horrible stuff with child abuse. that he's the one that kept girls in cages. That's him. When he died, he was in a mental institute thing. They finally caught him.
Interesting choice of allies.
And
Avallac'h is
they
honest?
put a $30,000 bail on him. And it's first offense, first time you get arrested, usually a bail is going to be $100, $200, not $30,000. That says a lot when the first time you get arrested, it's a $30,000 bail. He did his whole Hale Bop Comet Wormwood
He's in trouble.
Planet
I'm going to help
Co-op God's an Alien thing in court. And at first the judge was, and the jury, it was a jury trial as well, they were all thinking, you know, is he trying to get an insanity plea? But then when people started testifying, and then like, oh, he was friends with George Applewhite. Oh wait, he actually helped run Heaven's Gate with George Applewhite. No, he's not pleading insanity. He actually is insane. Now the Heaven's Gate uncle was finally gone. He died. And they put him in this mental institute. It's in Saco. Right, you live in this area. Where the Saco Catholic Church is. Right by Pepperell Square. Where Rapid Ray's lunch van, which is now a restaurant because he raised enough money to buy the block where he parked his food truck, and now there's a restaurant there. Around the back there, Michael's Pizza, Common Street. Go up there, and there's this big, weird looking place. It looks, when you see it, it looks like
So I
a
must
hospital,
believe you put
sort
equal
of.
effort into preparing
And most people
this
don't,
life.
nobody knows what it is. There's no signs on or anything, but it's all fenced in. It's got, the fence is like 10 feet tall, big chain link fence all the way around it. And it's like, it looks like a hospital, but it looks like a prison. And there's, if you ask local people, what is that place? You'll get all kinds of weird conspiracy theories. They'll tell you all kinds of stuff like, oh, it's the CIA, they're putting spies and stuff. It's a mental institute that's owned by the government. That's what it is. It's a place for people who are
So let's change the subject, shall we? Care for a drink?
considered too dangerous to be put in prison with other prisoners type of place. They put him there. And COVID-19 hit that. The news reports call it a nursing home. They call it an assisted living home. If you've ever been in that place, there are police officers and security guards, and they got guns. Nice security place. So when people hear about it on the news, that, oh, COVID-19 hit this nursing home really bad, and a lot of people look at it as nursing home. Oh, elderly, assisted living. No. Mental institute for really, really crazy people who were considered too dangerous to put in prison because they might kill the other prisoners. That's where he was. COVID-19 hit that place really bad, and a lot of people died, and he got it, and they didn't know he had it. He got really sick really fast, and it was like the next day. He just got really, really, really bad. And his daughter was visiting, one of his daughters was visiting him. and he started yelling at her. And then all of a sudden, he just couldn't breathe, and he just fell over. And they didn't know what happened to him. They didn't know he had COVID-19. He didn't have any symptoms. And so they had, the police went and got an ambulance, and the ambulance, the police cars went to the hospital. And he died a few minutes after they got him to the hospital. And then he stayed at the hospital for several weeks in the morgue because nobody would go claim his body. They contacted all of his relatives, his wife, his kid, his siblings, his nephew. Somebody come get his body, somebody come claim his body. And everybody's like, no, fuck him, I don't want anything to do with it. The doctor said, what the hell? What did this guy do that everybody hates him this bad? So finally, the hospital, because they can't leave people in the morgue that long, they just cremated him. So they called his wife to say, come get his ashes. So she went get his ashes. She threw him in the dumpster by the hospital. Oh. Everybody hates him so bad, but he's a racist. He abused everybody. He's a monster. He's the one, he was a construction worker, he was a mason, did bricklaying. Mason work, building chimneys and brick walls and brick houses and stuff, that's what he did. So that's why we always got beat up with bricks. He always had bricks laying around. And he got mad, he'd hold you down, he'd take a brick, and he'd start smashing you in the face. And from the time I was 14 until I was 42, I couldn't talk right. You couldn't, my words were all just like this garbled mess. People considered me to be, what's that word? Selective mutism? But that's not what it was. Because I would try to talk, but words wouldn't come out. But it was because from here, all the way up in through here, my whole jaw was broken. Everything. My teeth, all my teeth on this side, the top teeth and the bottom teeth, they're all fake. My jaw is like this plate thing that has all been replaced. And the teeth are all fake teeth that have been drilled and attached down through. I had to have plastic surgery. This whole section of my face is all plastic surgery, and it's all a plate and fake teeth. And when I was 14, he took a big cinder block and beat me in the face, and he smashed everything inside here. He's the one who did that to me. He is also the one who had foundation nails, because when you're building a brick foundation, which is a common thing you see around here, you don't see granite foundations outside of New England much. So if you don't live in New England, you've probably never seen a granite foundation, but it's big slabs of granite, big giant granite bricks, and they drill a hole through them, and they have this huge long iron rods that they put down through them, and it's called a foundation nail, and it holds the pieces together so that then you can put a house on top of it and it doesn't fall off. When I was 4, he drove one of those through my hip and then down out through my thigh on the other side. That's why I have this massive amount of hip problem, which I've always had. Hip dysplasia is what the official medical terminology is. But that's where that came from. He's the one who did that. But I've got all these scars that I have up and down my arms. He did those with forks. He used to grab forks. He would take all the kids, every one of us, he would hold your hand out on the table and he'd start grabbing a fork and he'd just slam it into you over and over and over and over again. And he just, some of them, they're, one of my brothers, you look at his arm, it is so bad. He needs massive amounts of plastic surgery to fix it. He did stuff like that to everybody. His wife, when they arrested him, how they caught him, his daughter, his youngest daughter, had married a man from China. She went over to China, and she met this guy while she was over there. And she married him, and he got American citizenship and came over here. She brought him back here. And he can't speak English good. She's teaching him English. They had a baby. And he went nuts. He hates Asian people. He just has this horrible hatred for Asian people. And he went absolute total nuts. He went over to her house. This was March 2015. He went over to her house. She had this little baby. He was 3 years old. He grabbed the baby. He was going to kill it. And at the time, she wasn't home. Her husband was gone to work. She was gone to work. Her mother was there babysitting. He broke into the house. He ripped the doorknobs off the front door. Just ripped it right apart. The house was just... He went through... This guy was huge. He was 6'8", and he was built like a wrestler. He was massive. He was like a gorilla. See, he just went through the door. And he took the baby. The baby's only 3 years old. And he tried to kill it. Because he didn't want any Asians in his family. So she grabs the baby. And she can't get out of the house. She jumps out a window. And runs down the road. To where it was Ledgewood Terrace. If you live around here and you saw that massive amount of insanity that happened at Ledgewood Terrace, that's what happened. That where all the walls and stuff were ripped off that building, he did that. Trying to get into the building to kill that baby. He was insane. But she ran. There wasn't anybody because it was daytime and everybody's at work and there was nobody home. And down at the end of the street, there's a Dairy Queen, so there's a lot of people there. She grabbed the baby and she was trying to get to the Dairy Queen to call for help, to get somebody, to call the police. He's gone nuts. Well, she didn't have to get there. People saw that something really bad was happening, so people started calling the police. And there's a place right around the corner at the Hannaford store, which is the Hannaford that's in the Thinner movie, that building. This is one of the filming locations of Thinner. That building. There was a police car over there because they have a speed trap. That's right where the turnpike comes off, that area, that part of the movie where all the cars are coming down off the turnpike. That's that bridge, and that's where that was. And so there's a police speed trap thing there. There's always a police car there. There's always a police cruiser there, and there's always 2 officers there. And so people started calling the police, and it was a lot of people calling the police because there's people lined up here at this restaurant, the ice cream place, and they're seeing this woman carrying this baby, this elderly woman. She's in her 80s, carrying this baby, and running and screaming for help. And then this guy comes over and he tackles her and he pulls out this massive knife, it's a machete, and he cuts her foot off, right there in the middle of the road. The police officer gets there while he's doing it, and the police officer tackles him, and they call an ambulance, and then 5 more cruisers show up, so 10 more police officers show up, because around here there's 2 officers in each cruiser. That's how they caught him. That's why he ended up. It wasn't the FBI that caught him. The FBI was after him for years. They couldn't catch him. The police caught him because he was doing that crazy thing. How he got like he was. He was just so damn abusive with everybody. One of his sons, when he was about 10 years old, it happened in my yard. They had this big green station wagon, and they pulled up in my yard, and they were fighting. I don't know what they were fighting about. But he got out of the car, and the kid was about 10 years old, and he's in the back seat. He was driving, pulls up in my driveway. He gets out of the car, opens the back up, pulls the kid out of the back of the car, and then takes him over, he flings this kid up over his shoulder, and then slams him down head first, right through the windshield. Smashes the windshield. The whole front of his face is just shattered with glass cuts all over. He just got thousands of glass cuts all over his face and his head. I have no idea why he did that. I mean, he's the one that ran the clan. That's why there was so much violence with so many people. Everybody was scared out of their minds of him. But he was so huge. I said he was 6'8". And he was built like this huge gorilla. He was just massive. So he could get away with doing this stuff because he was so much bigger than everybody else. Nobody could stop him. Nobody was strong enough. And he dies, and nobody will go get his body. And the doctors was like, why is the what did this guy do? What the hell did he do? His wife won't claim his body, his kids won't claim his body, his grandkids won't, his siblings won't. Yeah, everybody hated him, everybody was scared of him. Nobody is upset that he is gone. My grandpa was a lot like that. He was David Henry Atwater, probably. He was Honey Fitz's driver. That's why I laugh at people like that plumber, electrician, handyman that works on the apartment. He works on half the apartment buildings around here. Every time he comes in, landlord sends him over. So these pipes need to be fixed. This wiring needs to be redone. So this guy's coming over, and he'll get here, and he sits there and he goes, "I'm a member of the mafia, you know." Oh yeah, sure you are. Did you know my grandfather is David Henry Atwater? Honey Fitz's driver? I can guarantee you're not a member of the mafia. I happen to know them. I don't understand these people because I have known actual mafia people. And these people who show up, and they're like, it's a badge of honor to brag that they're members of the mafia. The word mafia means family. You can't become a member of the family. But do these people actually know what they're bragging to be a part of? Why would they want to be? I hated the people my uncles hung out with. Which is a situation that's going extremely right now. More than just vandalism happened today. Somebody has pissed off somebody else, and I don't know why or what. I tell you about, what was it? Was it September? It was September. There was an attack on my yard in September. Usually when stuff like this happens, it's the Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan is a problem around here, and we're, even though we look white, we're considered to be not a white race. We're gypsies. So
I give you my heart.
their minds were not white.
What kind of spell is that?
So usually when something around here happens to anybody, it's almost always the Ku Klux Klan. I've got a big white cross in my yard that they left there in 2006. It's still there. I didn't take it down. Grimace! Wow. I didn't notice where we were. We were wandering at random so much I didn't do. Oh, Yennefer. Wait. We need to be careful wandering at random here. Yennefer's over there somewhere, and we don't want to trigger that cutscene. You know what? Let's make a let's make a manual save. Manual save. Okay. A manual save in case we do accidentally run into Yennefer. The quest with the mask and what do you call it? The Cataclysm site. That's the next quest of the main story to do. That's where we're at the main story. So that's the next quest active, and
It's a souvenir
where
of someone
is it?
special.
If you're there, yes, Missile. She would not have said it like this. She absolutely would not have. Ciri was hung up on Missile so much. She would not have been all coy and, oh, well, symbol of somebody who's dead now. She would have gone on and on and on and on about Missile. I don't like the way they handled the Missile situation with the game. They put that one line in there. They not only put that one line in there and then tried to overlook Missile, they also did a lot to make it look like Ciri was hung up on Avallac'h, and that wasn't the case. Avallac'h was Ciri's friend, and Ciri was just sex crazy and wanted to have sex with anything that moved. She didn't care what it was, including horses. Ciri has a problem. If you like Ciri in the game, you probably don't want to read the novels. You probably won't like Ciri in the novels. The fact that there is a scene where she's chasing Avallac'h around trying to have sex with him, they put it in the game, this whole making it look like Ciri's in love with Avallac'h, and she wasn't. She was in love with Missile. Avallac'h was an afterthought because Missile had just died, and 2 hours later, there's Avallac'h. He's the next thing that moved. That's all that was. Avallac'h was in love with Laura, and Ciri looked like Laura, so he was chasing Ciri because he was trying to make Ciri dress up like Laura and be Laura. Neither one of them actually loved each other. She was using Avallac'h because Missile was dead, and he was using her because Laura was dead. That's all it was. The game doesn't let you know that. They should have. That sidetracked me from what I was talking about. What was I talking about? We can't get in your house right now, can we? Because we haven't done your quest yet. Have we done your quest yet? I don't think we did. Talk to you and find out.
I've told you what you must do. Why do you still bother me?
Okay. No, we're good.
Farewell then.
Yeah. I was thinking we didn't do this quest yet. So we can't go in your house until after we do your quest, right? Can we? No, we can't. Okay. Can we not go in your house? And I have a mod that's letting it. I do have a door mod on here. Well, now I don't know. I do have a mod. There's a mod that lets you override locked doors, so you can. It doesn't work on all doors.
He spent 4 centuries learning to do it. It can still only find and pass through pre-existing portals.
That line also, that so contradicts the novel so badly. Ciri's ability to go through a portal is, hey look, there's a hole in the ground, let me jump in it. Like Alice in Wonderland. Usually those holes were, I bet somebody put it there. Hey, somebody keeps putting these holes in my way. Let's jump in another one. Wow, I come out on another planet again. Oh, look, there's another hole. Some mage put this hole here. I'm going to jump through it again. Jump through enough holes. Eventually, you land on the mage, face down in his crotch, and give us a description of his penis. That was nice. What the hell is wrong with Ciri? I don't know. Avallac'h opens portals because every time Ciri's in trouble, here's a portal, go jump in it. He just was never there. So there's never an explanation until almost the end of the series of why Ciri has fallen through portals. Ciri was not open in portals and, oh, I feel like I'm going to go here today. Let me open a portal, and if I think about it enough, I won't fall in a volcano. Like she says in the game. So many things in the novels and the games contradict each other so bad. It was weird. None of these things bothered me before I read the novels either. I didn't read the novels until I was almost done with the third time playing this game. And then I found out how, so different the novels were. Like, did you know Geralt doesn't have yellow eyes? Geralt doesn't have yellow eyes in the novels. He's not albino either. He has total loss of pigmentation of his hair. A reaction to drinking acid.
Took you a while. Did you run into trouble?
No. A reaction to being force-fed acid by Vesemir while he was 10 years old, because Vesemir likes torturing little boys. Vesemir's insane. The game makes Vesemir out to be this nice old dear grandpappy character, and everybody loves him, and I liked him. He was one of my favorite characters, and then I read the novels, and all I want to do is just throw Vesemir off a cliff. He is so horrible in the novels. The uncle that I can't stand that just died because he abused all of us kids so damn bad. Vesemir's worse. Vesemir's a fucking child abuser in the novels. And the game also does it. You see this scene in the game where they're talking to Vesemir and he's talking about the sad Albert, the torture table. And Lambert's all mad about it. Why you still got this thing? And Vesemir's like, I haven't used it in years. It makes out like, oh yeah, it's been hundreds of years since I last tortured anybody. The game is set 3 years after the novels. He was all yippee skippies torturing everybody in sight all the way through the novels. He was a fucking jackass bastard. Also, the Witcher novels are erotica. He got off on torturing kids. He's bad. He is so damn bad. I just hate Vesemir so much after reading the novels. And he was one of my favorite characters in the game. In both Witcher 1 and Witcher 3, he was one of my favorite characters. Alright, now I can't stand it. And it's like that with so many characters. There are so many characters who, in the game, they were fine. And then you read the novels, it's like,
Brilliant deduction.
how did they take this horrible, evil jackass and turn it into this likable character in the game? How is this evil nutjob over here in the novels this likable character in the game? How did they do that? Why did they do that? Oh, in the Netflix series with Dandelion. They make Dandelion a likable character. How do you make a child raping pedophile who spends his entire life doing nothing but hunting down kids, toddlers, 4 or 5-year-old girls to rape them? How do they make something like that in the novels a likable character in the Netflix series? Everybody watches the Netflix series and they fall in love with Dandelion because, yeah, they made him a likable character. There's nothing likable about him in the novels. Not even close. Oh my god. So many characters in the novels are just like, as I'm reading the novels, it's like, what the fuck are they doing? Why not this? And every character, it's like, well, they can't possibly get worse. And 2 pages later, oh my god, they're 10 times worse. And you think, no, they can't get worse than that. No, wait a chapter, they'll get worse. Every character. There is no good character in the Witcher novels. Every single character in the Witcher novels is some sort of a villain trying to out-villain everybody else. It's just straight up, the entire cast, all villains, and everyone you meet is more evil than the last one you met. And when you play the game, you don't get that impression at all. None of the Witcher games give you that impression about any of the characters, nor does the Netflix series. Notice the Netflix series has Geralt with yellow eyes, just like in the game. He didn't have yellow eyes in the novels. What the hell? They weren't inspired by the game. They didn't play the game. They weren't influenced by the game. They made sure every actor had never played the game. They made sure every scriptwriter had no knowledge of anything of the game. All the set designers, everything.
If you wish to do something, brew yourself.
Yes, we can see that.
Do it now.
Geralt, looking like the Hulk with his yellow eyes. Yennefer, dressed in black. Looking exactly like she did in the game. You know, Yennefer wears white in the novels. White, not black, white. Yennefer always wears white. She has black lace trim on her white gowns. She's also only 4 foot tall, a pixie. Has a chin so small and pointed that you can't see her chin, and it looks like her mouth is the end of her jaw. If you could find her lips, because her lips are so thin, her eyes are massive and cover most of her face, she looks like an alien gray. She also has pure white skin, not albino, pure white skin. She looks like an alien gray. Does Yennefer in either the game or the Netflix series look like that? What? What? A quest just updated because we walked by this guy. Your quest must be active. I don't like this quest. Can we light your fire? Fire? Sit here? We can light your fire. And I don't have the mod that lets you sit down. There's a mod where you can sit down and sit here. Fire. Is that Rascal in my head? Hi, Rusk. Yeah, this quest, this guy's got a religious vow silence thing he's doing, and I can't remember. Does it tell you why he was doing it? I don't think it tells you why he was doing it. But this other guy comes over and gives you a quest and tells you there's something wrong with him. He won't talk. We don't know what's wrong with him. We think he's sick. He can't talk. And they know he's taken a vow of silence. Why can't I say that? Vow of silence. They know he's taken a vow of silence, and they're playing a joke on him. And they give you these tasks. You make loud noises, try and make him scream, or send bees after him and stuff. And basically, they convince Geralt, hey, we'll give you this great Gwent card if you go bully this guy. I don't like that quest. And Geralt in the novels is a bully. He would do that. That's another thing. I liked, in the game, the daddy-daughter relationship with Geralt and Ciri. And that's not in the novels. Geralt called her a whiny, annoying cunt. He said he hated her, didn't want anything to do with her.
You've gone through a great deal.
When she gets kidnapped by Vilgefortz, locked in a cage and tortured, and he knows this, he's like, oh, well, you know what? There's a cemetery over there. I'm gonna go grave rob. Maybe there's some gold jewelry I can sell. I need a sword. And everybody's down. We need to go rescue Ciri. Yeah, why you annoying cunt, little bitch. I ain't gonna go rescue her. I don't want anything to do with her. Glad to finally get rid of her. Look, this skeleton has a gold ring. And you get a scene of him standing there, rubbing a gold ring. Getting all the dirt off of it, and putting the skeleton back in the coffin. Making it look like he didn't just rob this grave. We gotta go rescue Ciri! Oh, no, there's another grave over there. I gotta... Geralt in the novels is such a jackass. Oh my god. I like Geralt in the game, and I hate him in the novels. Oh. Yennefer also in the game? Who's right over there? Wait, where are we? Where's Yennefer? I think she's right over there. Yennefer in the game it doesn't... Yeah, she's right over there somewhere. Where are we? I don't want to accidentally run into her. I want to see her so I can avoid her. I know we're close to her. I'm not exactly sure. I got turned around so much. Okay, that's you. Grimace is down there. And Yennefer's like, if we come over here and look that way, she's over there, right? And that goes down to the Will Graveyard. Let's go down to the Will Graveyard. I haven't been down there in a while. I think that... Isn't that where we're going? Hey, if we follow the path that way, Yennefer's right over there. So let's follow the path this way and avoid Yennefer. But yeah, Yennefer in the game... Yennefer's like an afterthought in the game. It's like, oh yeah, there's Yennefer. We should do something with her, you know, because she was in the novel, so let's do something with her. And you don't see her again for a long time, and then Yennefer shows up and bitch, because Yennefer's a bitch in the game. And then you don't see her again for a while. It's like they threw her in the game just to say, yeah, she's in the game. We didn't forget her. Here she is. She's in the novels more than Geralt is. Ciri is the main character, Yennefer is the secondary character, and Geralt is a side character who shows up once in a while in the novels. And there's this huge... Mummy Yennefer is how she's referred. Constantly, Mummy Yennefer this and Mummy Yennefer that. Every other page is Mummy Yennefer's doing this, Mummy Yennefer's doing that. Yennefer, even though she's only 15 years old, Yennefer is only 15 years old. Even though she's only 15 years old, she has adopted Ciri, who is 7 years old. And she raises her. She's not always good at it. It's obvious she's too young to be raising kids and doesn't know what she's doing and is a snotty-nosed teenager. You can see that. But she's got this really good relationship with Ciri, where the daddy-daughter relationship you see in the game with Ciri and Geralt. In the novels, it's a mummy-daughter relationship with Yennefer and Ciri. That's one of the best parts of the novels. The relationship Ciri has with Yennefer is... That's my second favorite thing in the novels. I like Ciri's relationship with Avallac'h before it goes nuts, because they both went nuts. Obviously like Avallac'h best in the novels, but then after that, it's the Yennefer relationship with Mummy Yennefer and Ciri that I liked as well. And there is nothing in the game, nothing, not one anything in the game to give you any indication at all that that was the relationship Ciri and Yennefer had. Nothing. Also, I've seen people when they play the game, they'll make a comment. It's a common thing. A lot of people will say it. They know nothing about the novels and they're playing the game, and people will show up in chat and they'll, the question everybody wants to know: Triss or Yennefer? Triss or Yennefer? Who you gone with? And a lot of people will be like, try to go both, and it's a really common thing for people to say, well, because they're not married, it's not really cheating if he has two girlfriends, and they'll do this whole thing where they not adultery, not cheating, not all this stuff, because he's not married to either of them. Well, guess what? In the novels, he is. Geralt and Yennefer are married in the novels. Not only are they married, you see them get married. Their wedding is in the novels. Their wedding reception is in the novels. They're married. So yeah, he is cheating on his wife when he's running around with Triss Merigold. Who, guess what? Triss Merigold is 10 years old. Triss Merigold is only 13 years old in the game. Did you know Triss Merigold in the game is only 13 years old? The game takes place 3 years after the novels, and she's only 10 years old in the novels. That means she's only 3 years old in the game. 13 years old. She's 3 years older in the game than she was in the novels. How many people who obsess over Triss Merigold, if they knew she was only 13 years old, would they be going crazy obsessing over her like they do? Triss Merigold in the game is only 13 years old. She doesn't look it, does she? Ciri's only 17 in the game. And Yennefer is only 18 in the game. Yennefer is the oldest of the sorceresses. None of the Lodge of Sorceresses are adults. They're all teenagers. They're all minors. They're all young teenagers. They're all between 13 and 15. Philippa, Kira, all of them. They don't look at the game. That's a thing that the game changed. And so people look at these characters. These women look like they're in their late 20s, early 30s. Yennefer's the oldest one, and Yennefer is 18.
We need Fringilla in one piece.
Those are all things that were very shocking when I read the novels. I did go into reading the novels with the warning that, yeah, they're really different from the game. Characters are nothing like they were in the game. Everything is different. But I didn't realize how different until I actually read the novels and like, oh my god. Geralt is 98 years old, and he's running around with a 10-year-old and a 15-year-old. Triss Merigold is 10, Yennefer is 15, and that is the way it is in the novels. Geralt's a fucking pedophile. There's nothing in the game to tell you that either. I've seen people who where you go into most towns,
Look at those.
and almost every town. When you go through the town, there'll be some woman that'll say, how they word it. It says, "Have pity on us, Witcher, don't steal our children," as Geralt walks by them. And a lot of people, when they're playing the game, they hear that and they're like, "I'm not going to steal your children. Why are you saying I'm going to steal your children? Why do you think I'm going to steal your children?" And it's a common thing, and it was for me as well when I was playing the game, and I was like, why are they saying that? Well, you read the novels. After you get past the first page, there's nothing but every detail you didn't want to know about Geralt's penis.
Visions that cannot be
That's the first page.
Do you wish to show
Once
me
you get
how
past
Eric
that,
murdered
he finally
my
puts his
kid?
pants back on. What is he doing? Oh, look, there's a kid over there. Let me go catch it. That's the introduction to Geralt. Fucking a whore. And then, there's a kid over there. I better go catch it. That's what he does in the novels. He's a serial kidnapper. He runs around kidnapping kids all the time. Within the first chapter, you are going to see him kidnap 3 kids. That's what Geralt does constantly in the novels. Why? Because Vesemir has got a horrible pedophile fetish and he likes torturing children. And Geralt's his supplier. And it's like, yeah, well, let's play the game as Gels, because I don't want to play the game as Geralt anymore. Let's remove Geralt from the game and play the game as Gels. We played the game as Gels. If the game had been like the novels, I probably wouldn't like the game. The novels have so many issues, so bad. And I like the novels, but I don't like these things that are in the novels. It's like, we got a really good story going here. Why did you have to put this in here to ruin it? Why can't Triss and Yennefer be adults? Why do they have to be 10 and 15 years old? That's why the books were banned in America for so long. They weren't published in America for almost 40 years. There's a lot of people who don't know how old the Witcher novels are. Because they see they're just being released, these publishing dates and these things, they're just being released. And people are like, hey, these are fairly new. No, it's just first time they're being released in America because the American editions are censored badly. What are you fighting up there? Can we call our horse? We can't call our horse, right? No. Okay, we gotta go back and get our horse. We got too far away from us. Oh, we're fatigued. Wait, we need to meditate. There's a campfire back there, isn't there? There's a... Yeah, near where we left our horse is a tent with a campfire. Can we...
Try to reach the place where last we were together.
Can we get back there before he passes out? He's really close to passing out right now. He's only a minute or two from passing out. And he walks so slow. I don't know if he can get back there before he passes out. It just went up again.
You? No. Me?
Drowners are glitched out. I forgot about that. I was gonna check because I know there's a mod that edits the drowners. And we were using, I thought we took it off. Didn't I take it off? Did I take it off, but it was one of those ones that had files that had to be merged, and one of the merged files didn't get removed? That's probably what happened. Because I'm thinking I took that mod off. There was a mod that made it, it messed up stuff. It was, I can't remember, it was conflicting with something. I can't remember what it did. I know I thought I took it off. That's the only thing I can think. I can hear the drowners. We should have drowners attacking us. This place should have drowners. And I can hear them.
He is intent on my gift not falling into the
There's
wrong
our
hands,
horse.
not
There's the
spinning
tent.
out of
Okay,
control.
can meditate here.
It's
Then
why
get
he
our horse.
teaches me, protects me.
Yes. This Avallac'h teaches you so much. Again, the game's implying one thing, and the novel said something quite different. Meditate. That was right at 98%, so you need a full 8 hours. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're over 1,000 pounds again. Well, we are looting. I guess we need to find a merchant somewhere and sell stuff. You're gonna need a drink? Yes, you're gonna need a drink. Wait, do you have a drink? Did I refill that? I did, okay. Oh, did I just make you sick? I should have looked to see what I gave you. You don't seem to be sick. What's that way? That way's the cataclysm site, right? What's that way?
This way.
Okay. Face this direction so I can see where we are on the map. Hill Graveyard. Is this the place with the ghouls over here? Giant's Toes. Okay, that's where we're going. Wait, we were. This is where we just were. The Care. Galen? Galen? It's Galen, right? Ain't it pronounced like an A? I don't know. This is where we just were. And there were harpies. And... Wait, are you telling us? You tell us we don't have a diagram? You sure? What is that? Cat School Upgrade Part 4. Find armor upgrade. Find steel. We don't have this. I thought I had all the diagrams. Didn't we make all the armor? There was this playthrough we did that in, I thought, right? Because we could... I noticed we had almost all the achievements. There's a thing for achievements what you unlock, and we were only missing like 3 or 4 of them, and one of them was getting all the armor, all the Witcher gear and making it. And I thought that was this playthrough that we went and got all the diagrams and made all of the Witcher gear. It was like the very first thing we did when we first started the playthrough, after we left White Orchard, when we got to Velen. We skipped the whole main quest thing where you're supposed to find Henrik. Henrik? The right name? The guy at the frozen village, you're supposed to go find him. And we didn't do that. We went to the rune right. We unlocked the rune right. And we went and got all the diagrams. We did all the diagram quests first. We didn't even start the main story. And then we made all the Witcher gear. The whole first year of this playthrough, that's what we were doing. Didn't I get the achievement? I'm confused. I thought that was this playthrough, and we got the achievement. That's the problem with having so many playthroughs of a game. Because... which playthrough did I do that in now? I can't remember. Alright. It was... Cat Gear... 4th upgrade? What's the 4th upgrade? It's Grandmaster, right? No? We have Grandmaster. Okay. Yeah, we not only... we have the enhanced legendary. The enhanced legendary is only of it. This is New Game Plus. The enhanced legendary is an additional one that shows up in New Game Plus. That's the last one. The legendary gear. Grandmaster Legendary. When you go to the guy in Toussaint that wears the purple and you get the rare gear, the Manticore and all them. There's an additional upgrade for all of your things, but then when you get to New Game Plus, there's one more tier that unlocks in New Game Plus that you didn't have in the regular. That's the legendary. You have Grandmaster and then Grandmaster. We got the Grandmaster legendaries. That was what? Armor and steel sword. Is that what it said? So, chest armor, cat, feline. Enhanced legendary. Yeah, see, we can't have the enhanced legendary. We have the Grandmaster legend. We have. Yeah. You can't have these without having the others first. It won't even let you because you have to make that in order to unlock the next one. Why is it the quest is telling us we don't have that quest done? We finished that quest. I have it right here. The feline. This one. There it is. I slid it down to scroll it while I'm talking. We even have the legendary Viper. Legendary Viper is the rarest armor in the game. Legendary Manticore. Both those two. Those are the two rarest armors in the game. We have those already. Where's the steel sword? We ran into this the other day, too. With the wolf gear, right? Wasn't it the wolf gear it happened to the other day? It was like the last stream, which was like 2 weeks ago? We found a thing and a quest popped up and told us, you know, next part of the quest, and we already did that. I remember doing that quest in this playthrough. That's silver strip. Now we want steel. It's saying that we don't have the diagram for the cat school chest armor upgrade and steel sword upgrade, and I just showed you the cat armor's right there. Yeah, and the steel sword, we have it all the way to Grandmaster Legendary. We specifically went and did all these quests and then made all of the armor. We made everything. Every single last piece of armor. We've just made them, shoved them in our stash, and got that achievement. There's an achievement. If you make every single piece of armor and sword, all the Witcher gear, if you make all of them, there's an achievement for that. I can't remember what it's called. And we did that. We got that achievement. How do I look up my achievements? I can't remember. You have to go look them up on GOG, right? On your account on GOG. Yeah. I'm playing this on GOG, so I have to look it up on GOG. If you're playing it on Steam, you have to go look it up on Steam. It'll show your thing. Weird. But anyways, I was looking at the map trying to decide which way I wanted to go because we got it into a thing and I was like, am I going that way or that way? I don't know. But this is where we just were. And there were harpies there. And this is that place, and we were looking out, and I was talking about my psychotic uncle, and I forgot to look out. I completely forgot. We didn't finish what we were doing. We left. I forgot until just now. There's a lookout thing here. You can find there's a treasure down there. And I know we already got it. We got it. Did we get in 2019? I was trying to remember because I took almost all of 2020 off. I took most of 2020 off from streaming, doing anything. We had so much stuff going on. It was just... COVID-19 disrupted all kinds of stuff just in everyday life. And then all kinds of race riots started. And from what I'm seeing on the news, most of the country, the race riots, how do you describe them? I don't know what word I'm thinking of. They were like protesting for justice. I guess is how you would say it. The whole what do you call it? The Black Lives Matter. That. But that's not what was going on here. There were race riots started up here in Maine. But it was all white people running around attacking anybody. Black people, Native Americans, Jewish people, gypsies. We're gypsies and they consider us Jewish because we got Hebrew blood even though we're not actually Jewish, whatever. Asian people, anybody that wasn't white. There were huge riots here in Maine. And I don't know why they weren't on the news. This is something that should have been on national news. And it wasn't. And it was absolute chaos for a while. The whole of summer of 2020 and into fall of 2020, nobody dared to go outside. You couldn't go outside. You were going to get shot. If you were not white, you could not go outside. The Ku Klux Klan went nuts. I said the Ku Klux Klan has always had a problem around here. They showed up in 2001. I don't know why they showed up. I don't know what the reason was. But you started seeing them in 2001. And a lot of them, they wear these brown uniforms, like military uniforms. I think they're replicas of, like, World War II Nazi uniforms, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know what World War II Nazi uniforms look like. I assume that's what they're trying to look like. But they wear these like tan brown uniforms and they have swastikas on their arms and they shave their heads and they tattoo swastikas on the backs of their heads. They call themselves neo-Nazis. They showed up in 2001, in July 2001. And the corporal, the guy that brought him here, I knew him. We grew up together. He lives only 8 houses down. And my mother used to babysit him. He's the same age as me. We went to the same church. So we were in Sunday school classes together. I knew this guy. And then he left. He was maybe 18, 19, when he was a teenager. He left. He went down to Georgia. We didn't see him for a while. was gone maybe 10 years? No, it was longer than that. Oh, it was a lot longer than that, yeah. He must have been gone like 25, 30 years. Because he was a teenager when he left. But he came back. And I didn't even recognize him. His brother's the bishop of the church now. He's the bishop now. And we were at church. Me and Ben. And he wasn't bishop yet. It was like a year before he became bishop. He was almost to becoming bishop. He was a high priest and he was close to becoming bishop. And this guy comes into the church. And I didn't recognize him at first. And everybody was staring at him and it was like, what is this? He had this brown, like, military uniform on and the red band with a swastika. His head was shaved and a big swastika tattooed on the back of his head. And we didn't recognize him at first. And his brother recognizes him. And he goes over and he goes right out because he hasn't seen his brother in years. And he goes over to hug him. And all of a sudden he just, Heil Hitler. And he won't get near his brother. And I was like, what the hell are we seeing? What is this? It was the first time we'd ever seen it. It was so bizarre. I'd never seen neo-Nazis before. I'd never even heard of them before. And he brought these people into the church and they were all dressed like that. They all had their heads shaved and they all had swastikas tattooed on their heads. And they were all saying Heil Hitler and doing that salute thing and I think everybody thought it was a joke at first, like he was doing some type of a weird cosplay, getting ready for a play or something. Nobody knew what to think.
Very good. On time.
And he moved back into the old house where he grew up. He still lives there. He lives there now. That's why I said the Ku Klux Klan is a really big problem on my street because he's the corporal of the neo-Nazis. He lives 8 houses down from me. And somehow the Ku Klux Klan and the neo-Nazis are connected. I don't know how. But after him and his group showed up, then we started seeing these weird things with people marching around burning crosses and wearing pillowcases on their hoods, and it was so surreal. We've never had anything like that around here before. And then it was just a few years after that. It was October 16, 2006 that my house was blown up with a bomb. And this big white cross, and the cross is still there. If you come to my yard, there's this big giant white cross in my driveway. I never took it down. It's still there. They put this big giant white cross in my yard, and then one of my neighbors about 4 houses down, she's got a big white cross in her yard now, and she went and planted flowers on it, so it's got flowers growing up on it now. But these crosses started showing up all around, and there was more and more of them, and I think everybody was so stunned. Just it was like nobody could wrap their minds around what we were seeing happen into our town. It's the type of thing that's like, that's something you see in some old Civil War movie. What's going on? You don't think of things like that happening, and it just kept getting worse. And they started targeting gay people really bad. They went to the high school. There was this kid, he was only 14 years old. And it come to find out after he wasn't even gay.
the surprise.
But they accused him of being gay? Because he was wearing a pink suit at the prom? He was wearing like a pink tuxedo? So they said he was gay? He was only 14 years old. And it was a fucking police officer who did it. They tied him to the back bumper. They tied his ankles to the back bumper of a police car. Old Orchard Beach police car. Drove him from the Old Orchard Beach High School with him dragging at the back of the police car all the way to the Rotary Park flagpole in Biddeford, which has a Guinness World Record for being the largest flagpole on the fucking planet. They stripped him naked and they hung him up on the top of the flagpole. And then they left him there. And he didn't get found for 3 days later. Because they said he was gay. And it turned out he wasn't even gay. They just falsely accused him. And everybody's like, what the fuck just happened?
Admit you appearing here. Quite a surprise, Richard.
On my street alone, 120 houses. That backhoe, you see the pictures of that backhoe sitting on my house? On just my street, just Portland Avenue, 120 houses. That backhoe has driven over 120 houses just on my street. It's just one street. And it just went crazy this past summer. They went absolutely out of control. It was some type of a response to everybody in America was doing the Black Lives Matter protests, trying to get justice for minorities, mostly black people, but all minorities were being included in this, and then here you saw the exact opposite happening, where the neo-Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan and this other group, they call themselves, what do they call themselves? Oh, sovereign citizens. This group that calls themselves the sovereign citizens, oh my god, you should see them. They dress like Marines. They got these like military fatigues, and they got guns. It looked like they walked out of a Terminator movie. They got guns and bullets strapped all over them. And they were marching around. And that one of them made it in the news, national news, and that was the only thing. This has been going on all of 2020. That's why I couldn't stream. The last stream that I did, there was all kinds of screaming and shooting and all kinds of crazy stuff happening. And the stream just all of a sudden stopped, and then I didn't stream, and everybody was asking what happened. What was that? It was obvious there was gunfire and stuff at the that last stream, and I just shut everything down because I was like, oh my god, what the hell is going on out there? And then I didn't stream for over 2 months, and I started getting tons of emails from people. Everybody's, are you okay? What happened? What was all those gunshots? Why aren't you streaming anymore? That was sovereign citizens. This room that I am in right here, that window that's right there, this part of the building is like an L shape. So the building's like this. Like, here's my section of the building. And then there's this other section that comes down here. And so the building's like this weird, it's an old, like a Victorian farmhouse, and it's got like all these L's that come off of it. It's just a weird shape. This building was built in the 1700s. It's an ancient building, this building we're in. So I'm right here. The window's right here. And then the other one is right here. This other window. All that shooting and screaming and yelling that you heard?
Get out, please.
It was the sovereign citizens. Going through this window right beside my window. Into the next apartment. Literally, this next wall right here. This wall right here. And they killed the guy. That's why I didn't stream for over a month. Because the next morning we had police everywhere. They surrounded the whole building. The state police were here and everybody, and we didn't know what had happened. All we knew was there was some type of attack. And the police were everywhere, and they started questioning everybody. And they said there was an elderly man. They're all elderly people in this building. Everybody in this building is elderly. It was an elderly man. These people went into this building, and they had some type of, they were claiming they were, what's that word? militia. They were claiming that they were militia and they were taken over because there was a worldwide crisis because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Amusing. GRL said the
They
same
went
thing.
into the building.
Much higher volume.
I don't know how they knew this. He had some medicine that somehow it was on the news, cured COVID-19 or something, and it was a common medicine that a lot of elderly people had, and somehow they got access to medical records to find out who around this area had it. So they broke into his house and they tried to take his medicine and he wouldn't give it to them, so they killed him. That stream, that last stream that I did in 2020 where you saw this crazy shit going on behind me because the window was open, so you saw part of it going on, and all that shit, that's what was going on. And it was getting worse. That should have been in the national news, it wasn't. And then about a week later, that same group, they went up about 4 towns up, and there was this family. Somebody had the flu, and they thought they had COVID-19. The family had the flu, and this group thought that family had COVID-19. So they went to their yard. They went and they got lumber equipment, this gigantic tractor thing that has these arms that comes out and it wraps around the tree, and it's got this chainsaw, it's like 6 feet across, and it slices the giant tree and then it lays the tree down. They got one of those. I don't know where they got one of those, but they got one of those. And they went all these trees around these people's yard. They took all their trees down, and they used this giant tractor thing to put it up against their house. And they couldn't open the doors or windows. They barred these people into their house. And when the people tried to get out and run away, they started shooting them. So while everybody was marching around with their signs, I can't breathe, and there's nothing wrong with that. People up here were being gunned down by the fucking Ku Klux Klan. And it wasn't in the news.
We're close.
That's why I couldn't stream the whole of 2020, and that's why I'm still not streaming now, because there's still a problem, as you can see from what just happened in my yard this morning. What the hell is wrong with these people? Why are they doing this?
I'd even call it a secret.
Maine is devolved. It's mass chaos. These stupid, idiotic... What would you call them? Fringe groups, I think is what they call them. Have gone crazy. Two of them have been in the national news. That one where they were sawing down the trees and blocked that family in, that one did make it into the national news. Most of the others didn't. The other one that made it in the news was in the news just a week ago. Lisbon Falls. You always hear me talk about Moxie. You always hear me talk about Moxie. Moxie, the drink that I drink constantly. This stuff. This stuff that I drink all the time. I drink 3 or 4 cans of these a day.
300 wenches are bad with me.
There's a Moxie shortage. The Moxie factory, because of the stay-at-home orders, the Moxie factory is not big enough to have the social distancing stuff. Plus, the main ingredient of this is genentrin root, an herb that comes from China. Well, exports coming out of China were shut down. There's nothing coming out of China, so they can't make Moxie anymore. We've had a year of no Moxie. I'm a Mormon. I have a food supply, so I still have Moxie. Mormons keep 3-year food supplies in case of something going to happen like what happened in 2020. We're prepared for stuff like this. So, Moxie, I still have it. But the rest of Maine doesn't. Maine has had a shortage of Moxie. And people have been getting crazier and crazier and crazier because they want their Moxie. People have been attacking stores. People have been taking guns in and shooting store clerks because you don't have any Moxie in supply. What the hell? But this week, if you followed me for any length of time, you know Lisbon Falls. Lisbon Falls is the home of Moxie. The Moxie Festival is there. The Moxie Museum is there. The Moxie Factory is there. They make Moxie there. That's where Moxie is made. What is happening right now, this week, is the Maine militia has taken all of their guns and gone to Lisbon Falls, and they're holding the entire fucking town hostage until Moxie production gets started again. And you know what the national news has said? The national news has said that one man, not a group, one man has taken a gun and has taken one person hostage. That's what's in the national news in Lisbon Falls. We who live here and are seeing what's happening know that the news is fucking lying to you. It's not one man with a gun. It's not one person hostage. It's an entire fringe group with a whole bunch of guns, and they're taking the entire town hostage. And they're also saying, oh, well, it's some type of a race thing. It's not a race thing. They just want their Moxie. They're mad because Moxie production isn't started. The news isn't telling you the Moxie part. We who live here, we know it's because of Moxie, because that's what they're demanding. They're out there demanding, start Moxie production back. Did the news report say that? No, that's not what the news reports are saying. I see these things that show up on the news, and I'm like, wait a minute, I was there, I saw what happened, that's not what happened. What are you talking about on the news? I was right there, I saw that. This is going on, what are you talking about? And the whole of 2020, all these things that are what gets on the news versus what we actually saw happen to us who witnessed this event. I don't trust the news anymore. They're telling people watered down versions of really bad things, and then they're taking other things. Like there was a Black Lives Matter march in Portland. And it was a group of less than 100 people. And it was a peaceful march. And they had their signs, they walked down the street, and the police officers closed off the street so they could. Nothing happened. What did the news reports say? Riots hit Portland, Maine. There was no riots. There was no fucking riots. They weren't rioted. They were peacefully marching down the street. I saw them. What is with the news? I don't get it. They don't tell you the actual news. They tell you what they think you want to hear. Right. Oh, we don't want people to be terrified of the fact that the Ku Klux Klan has gone absolutely insane, is killing people up here. So let's not talk about that. Here's some peaceful people marching over here with signs. They're not doing a damn thing. Let's glamorize that and say it was a riot. What the hell? Now look at my fucking yard. Again, what the hell? What is wrong with these stupid people? Why the hell did they do that?
Siri,
Why are you hugging Siri? You were supposed to be picking up loot.
can you hear me?
Where are my clothes? Calm.
I guess we're hugging Siri now.
I want a hug.
Something's still attacking us. I can hear something attacking us. You guys are hugging while we're being attacked. Yeah, there it is. It is. There's something attacking us. I see it.
Talk later.
Die from a harpy attack while hugging Siri. That's the first time we've accidentally hugged Siri today. That usually it's happening constantly and annoying the hell out of me. Happy eggs, that's right, we need happy eggs. I don't have that mod on here anymore though. I'm gonna put primer back on. I didn't put it back on yet because I was remerging all the mods. Primer merges difficultly with random encounters. I have to manually merge primal needs and random encounters, and then I have to merge them into the mods I'm using, and it's a lot of work. It's going to take hours and hours or several days to do. That's why I just haven't done it yet. Like, we can play the game without him. Let's just keep on going. Sooner or later, I'll put him back on. So eventually we'll need these happy eggs because once Primer's back on, it's a Primer recipe that we need him for. I think are the recipe are the wait a minute. Can't. Yes. I knew I had a key bound for going to the alchemy page. Only one potion that okay. We need. We're not far from Kertrolda, right? There's an herbalist at Kertrolda. We can't talk to Grimmist yet. And the other guy, what's his name? I'm thinking of Yoda. It's not Yoda. The guy that's where Yennefer is right now. We can talk to him right now, but Yennefer's standing beside him, so we can't. This guy right here. We can talk to him. That guy that's here. No, that one's Yennefer. That one's Ermion. Okay, right beside Yennefer and Ermion, there's a third guy. He's an alchemist. We can buy and sell from him, except in order to get close enough to him, it would trigger the cutscene of Yennefer, and we don't want to do that. We're almost at the Cataclysm site, and Grimmist is here, but he won't let us buy anything yet. We haven't done his quest yet. What's this merchant? This is a traveling merchant, right? Is it? Is it? No, this one of the druids who's sitting in a cave, right? Is he? What's this guy? Shock therapy. Yeah, this is a druid that's sitting in a cave. He's just a shopkeeper. We need an alchemist or an herbalist to check that. Wait, who's this guy? Oh, you're that guy that's bugged out. You're supposed to be over there, but you're actually over here still sitting in your cage. Are you over here now, though, since it's lighting up over here? Can we talk to him now? Is he unglitched? Maybe he unglitched. Fairby Price. Okay. Where do we want to go? I know where we're going. What quest do we need to get Grimmist into the game as a shopkeeper? We need a mod. That is not a Twitch-friendly quest. That's why we didn't do it. I can't remember if I have a mod on... What's her name? It's not Selma. Selma's the other one. Selma's just one in Novigrad. Do I have that mod on here? If we had that mod on here, I could do that quest. I don't know that I have that mod on here. That's the thing. It's right here. We need to go right here. And right here. And there's 3 of them. What's the other one? Where's the other one? Is it Boxholm? What's in Boxholm? Griffin School. Missing Son. Inheritance. No. Wait, did we do that quest? Oh, we didn't talk to the guy. We have to search the fiend's lair to find the kid's remains, right? Does the one with the... Does some... Is it a kid? Or is he an adult? I can't remember. I don't remember. Does it say? Why don't I just read this? Does it? This tells us the missing son. Say missing son. I was thinking a kid, but didn't he go off to fight the fiend, or did he just? They'd been murdered by the fiend. Can you be murdered by a fiend? That implies a fiend is a sentient monster? Because otherwise it would be killed by a fiend. It says murdered by the fiend. Well, it says son, young man, and boys. For some reason, I thought this one was a kid. And now I don't know. I can't remember what the guy said. I was thinking he said they went off to go, they wanted to go see it or something. And then they never came back. Does not reflect what actually happened. Unlucky beast, for the Witcher sliced it into ribbons. That's not what I remember this question. It happened rather recently. I was walking over towards that area and I was like, wait, isn't there a quest over there? It's going to trigger a cutscene. Let's not go that way. And while I was saying it, our panther travel companions ran off and triggered the cutscene because we weren't close enough to trigger it. But they ran over and they attacked the fiend and it triggered the cutscene. And then it had the whole ending where Geralt's fighting. And it's Avallac'h because it's Avallac'h, but it has this whole ending where the fighting of it and then it runs away. And then I was like, okay, it's gone off somewhere. I can't remember where it went. Let's not go where it went. And it was like an hour later, we're walking into this area, and all of a sudden this message pops up. And it triggers, because it's a trophy monster, it triggers this whole thing where now we're cutting the head off. And I'm like, what just happened? One of our travel companions found it and went off and killed it. And we were nowhere near it. It had to have been the panther. The panther goes way far away from us. But then it teleported us over to where it was. We didn't kill it, our panthers did. So we didn't slice it to ribbons. Wouldn't even try to. In the Avallac'h playthrough, I've been avoiding doing the trophy monster quest because Avallac'h refers to himself as a fauna rights activist. And when Geralt first meets Avallac'h, he has to wade through this massive horde of thousands of monsters to get to the elf at the center of this massive horde of thousands of monsters. Where that was, that happened right here. That word I can't pronounce, that's where that happened. This cave here where Gremist lives, in the novels, that's where Avallac'h lives. They show him living in Pelly Gap in the game, in Skellige, and they show him living in Dwynhine, in Velen, the Velen hideout. But in the novels, he lived here where Gremist is. This cave in the game was Avallac'h's cave. This is Avallac'h's cave house in actuality in the novels. And the purple bison is here. That's where it is in the game. They even know that this should be where Avallac'h is. They put the purple bison there. That's where Avallac'h is when he's painting purple bison. It's right here. That's the cave right there. We were just in that cave. In the novels, that's Avallac'h's house. Geralt gets a message. This messenger comes to him and says, the Known One has come back and wants to talk to you. And the Known One is
Certainly didn't see
Uberaz. Which is why we can't go talk to Yennefer yet. Yennefer and Ermion are standing here fighting about the mask of Uberaz. That mask that you see to see stuff, that's Avallac'h's mask in the novels. In the novels, Avallac'h and Uberaz are the same person. Uberaz, the Known One, is a 130-foot long serpent. A white snake with blue eyes. A viper. And if you don't know, 130 feet is 30 meters. Avallac'h's huge in the novels. When I say Avallac'h is bigger than a giant, Avallac'h is bigger than a giant. He's 130 feet or 40 meters. So, yeah. They made Avallac'h tiny in the game. He wasn't anything close to being human size. And Avallac'h could pick Ciri up and sit her in the palm of his hand. He was that big. Which is the other reason when people are like, Avallac'h raped Ciri. Really? You think he could? How big he is in the novels? Idiots who never read the novels. The girl gets this message. The Known One has come back and wants to talk to you. So he goes to the Druid Grove. They take him to the Druid Grove. The messenger's like, follow me, I'll show you where it is. And they go to the Druid Grove. It's chapter 7 of Tower of Swallows. 250 to 278, I think, pages. It's the largest scene you're going to see with Avallac'h. But Geralt follows the messenger back to where Grimmist is in the game, the Druid Grove. And the Druids, that's another thing. In the novels, the Druids are women. And a lot of people are like, no, the Dryads are women. Yeah, the Dryads are women too. Dryads are not human. Dryads are mutants. Also, Ciri in the novels is a Dryad. Another thing the game forgot to tell you. She's Lady Lake. Game Witcher 1 told you. Witcher 1's right there. Hey, look, did you know this is Ciri? And everybody's like, oh, boobs! So they don't hear it. And then there's this whole option of, so I want to get the sex card with her. How do we have sex with her? And you can ask her, how do we have sex with you? Oh, well, there's my husband over there. You know, this is Ciri. There's my husband over there. You have to get permission from him. Oh, guess who her husband is? This guy, right here. Avallac'h. Yeah, he's in Witcher 1. If you know where to look for him. Have fun trying to talk to him. Because he's also mute telepath. That's a thing. Avallac'h in novels can't talk. Did you know Avallac'h in the novels was a mute
Good,
telepath?
I enjoy shagging freaks. Treated wenches abandoned.
So many things different in the game and the novels. There was a Cyclops here, but the Panthers ran ahead and killed it for us, so we didn't have to kill it.
Medallion's humming.
Yes, medallions.
Place of power.
Is
It's
it
gotta be.
Oxy? Is that Oxy? Wait, was that Art? What do we got now? Wait. Quen. Is that Ard? I thought this one was Oxy. That looks like Ard. Let's find out. What is our cow doing? What is it? Ard. Okay. I thought this was an Oxy one. Where's the Oxy one now? The Ern one is right where Yennefer and Ermion are right now. Which is where Avallac'h was in the novels. Why don't him in this cave system that we're in right now. This is where he lives in the novels. This is his cave in the novels. And this isn't where they have him live in the game. Why? When we're told in the novels where he lives, and they put that location in the game, why don't they have him live there? Why did they put another cave that wasn't in the novels and have him live there instead? This is where he lived. We are at the cave system he lived in the novels. And if you could see, if this wasn't in the game, then it would be more logical. Oh, here's a cave. He lives in it. And the cave he lived in the novels wasn't in the game, so they put him here. But no, the cave he lived in the novels is in the game. They just moved him somewhere else. How did you not die? There's an additional button you have to push when you get to the edge that you don't fall off and you end up, oh, let's sway around and climb down. And there's a ladder, let's climb down. He just respawned back. He just popped up out of the ground.
Geralt's worried. He believes we let girls go too easy.
I don't think I've ever seen him spawn in before. He just bounced up out of the ground in front of us. Well, I know he doesn't have he spawns back really fast. He always does. But we actually were here long enough to see him spawn back in. Usually by the time we get down to the is it Red Gull or Red Gill? Red Gull? It's Red Gull in it. Usually by the time we get down to Red Gull, if we turn around and come back, he's here. So his respawn time is really fast. That's the Cyclops I was just saying. We just picked up his loot because travel companions killed him. We didn't even see him, but there he is again. But Geralt gets to this cave system and all these women, the druids, the animal rights activists who were kind of monkey wrenchers. There's a real world terrorist group called the Monkey Wrenchers. Look them up. They're eco-terrorists. They're like Peter if Peter were suicide bombers. They're kind of crazy. They're mostly in Oregon and Washington. You don't see them around this area very often. But the druids in the game are these old men who just kind of tree huggers, like hippies. We love trees. We love monsters. We're going to bitch at you because you're a monster hunter, but we're not going to do anything about it because we're peaceful. I wish they had made the druids in the game like the druids in the novels, because the druids in the novels were vicious warriors, and if you even look at a monster the wrong way, they were going to just come right over and kill you because fuck humans. They love monsters. They're not peaceful. Oh, so not peaceful in the novels. But most of them were women. There were men too, but the leader of the druids was a woman. And she's the one Geralt goes to meet. She's the one who sent Geralt the messenger, sent the messenger with the letter to tell him the knowing one's here and wants to talk to you. And you get this whole story. That's when they start telling you about Oberon, the 130-foot serpent, and there's this army of massive Amazon warrior women all around this cave. This is the druids, not the dryads, who are also Amazon warriors and are also women, but they have green skin and they're fish people. Some have green skin, some have blue skin. That, I can't remember her name, begins with an E. She had like silver skin. It said she looked like she was made out of molten silver. Like liquid mercury. They were fish people. Female versions of witches is what the dryads were. But the druids were a group of animal rights activists who defended monsters from monster hunters. They hated the Witchers. Dryads were monster hunters, like the Witchers. So Druids hated Dryads as well. And there's this massive group of all these women, all the Druids, around this cave. And they all start threatening Geralt. Geralt tries to go in, and he's got Regis with him. Geralt and Regis are here, and they're trying to get in this cave because I've got a letter here. No one wants to talk to me. I'm supposed to go in this cave. And they won't let him in. They all start threatening him because you're a Witcher, you kill monsters. This is the ancient unseen elder god. It's the oldest creature there is. He created the universe. We aren't going to let you touch him. This is Uberaz. This is the Known One. This is the elder god who is the father of all elder blood. He created Loredarin. Loredarin is a clone of him. You get this whole story of this is this massive creature. And then Geralt goes in the cave and he has to wade through. They won't let him take his sword. He gets this whole thing about, nope, we don't trust you. You're a Witcher. You're going to be tempted to kill him. This is our Lord and Savior. Give us your sword. And then Regis is, no, vampire. Vampire's going to kill him. You can't take the vampire in there. So Geralt ends up going in the cave by himself, leaving his sword with Geralt at the entrance, and he goes in this cave and he wades through, and he's describing. He's never seen anything like this. Monsters are rare in the Witcher universe, in the novels. You can go years without seeing a monster. They are incredibly rare. The game makes it look like there's monsters jumping out every corner at you. Not like that in the novels. Monsters are extremely rare in the novels. And yet this cave, there's thousands of them. And Geralt's like, oh my god, I've never seen anything like this. Why are there so many monsters? They're just everywhere. And Avallac'h protects the monsters. He has this massive horde of monsters that just stay with him all the time. He protects them from the Witchers. But that's why he lives at the Druid Grove, because he's got this massive army of Druids who in the novels are psycho crazy terrorists who are going to kill anybody that thinks of killing an animal, especially a monster. And because Avallac'h is himself a monster, he's a giant snake, he is Uberaz, the elder god, he's also scared of Witchers going to kill him. We lost our horse somewhere. Where did I leave my horse? Did we leave the horse that far back? But our horse just despawned. It's not good if our horse despawned because we can't call our horse.
Yes, we failed to. Once through the portal,
I see loot up
instead
there.
of at Avallac'h's hideout, I landed right in the middle of Crookback Rock.
Okay, we're having trouble getting loot. Anyways, Geralt gets in the cave. He goes through all these monsters. In the middle of all these monsters, there's an elf sitting there painting. Geralt's no clue what's going on because he came here to talk to this giant serpent. He came here to talk to the Known One, Uberaz. And instead, there's an elf sitting here. Which is when we find out Avallac'h is not an elf. He just is a dragon-like serpent reptile monster thing that takes the form of an elf. And he's also dead, and a wraith, and some type of a Draco Lich thing. That's where we get all of that information. And the novels never goes anywhere with that.
Greetings.
It tells you this like it's going to be important sometime later. Never mentioned again,
Swallow
ever.
has befriended a fox.
Hey, look! Here's this dragon that's a giant serpent, and he's dead, and he's a lich, he's a wraith, and he's shapeshifted into an elf. And why were we told that? Because it doesn't matter ever. There's no plot reason why we were told that. It's never mentioned again. But you also don't know it's Avallac'h for 7 pages. Geralt is talking to him and getting feces thrown at him and being chased around with gnawed bones. Avallac'h's, let's ram these up your rectum and see if you screech for joy, because Avallac'h's insane in the notes. Avallac'h's crazy on so many levels of absolute insanity. It's bizarre how insane he is. All of this is going on and on and on and on, and then all of a sudden he's writing poetry about Ciri's ripe ovaries, and by that point most people are like, oh my god, this guy's insane. Who the hell is this? And that's also when Geralt reaches a point of, yeah, who the hell are you? Oh, by the way, so you're talking with Avallac'h for a full 7 pages, and you've spent a good 20 or 30 pages getting to him, going through this whole section of, well, here's the messenger, here's the druids, here's the monsters, here's the cave, here where Regis, you're out there, no more sword. That whole thing just keeps going on and on and on, and it's not until it ends, you're right at the end of it, when it finally tells you, oh, by the way, this Avallac'h. So you don't know until the end of that scene that you're talking to Avallac'h, that he is this giant snake thing that Geralt went to talk to, and for some reason he took the form of an elf instead of his true form of a giant snake. Him being a snake is a major plot point later on. And this part of the game where we are at right now, where you have to go talk to Yennefer and Ermion, and the whole thing with Uberaz's mask, they tell you about Uberaz. They tell you this whole thing about this serpent, at no point does the game ever tell you that's Avallac'h. If you hadn't read the novels, you wouldn't know that Yennefer and Ermion are talking about Avallac'h, and that's his mask that they're fighting over. The game never tells you that at all. You had to have read the novels to know that this Uberaz, the giant snake with this mask, is also Avallac'h. And most people don't pay attention to what they're saying about the Cataclysm site either. You get this whole story about this whole section of forest, which is right ahead of us. We're coming up on it right now. This whole section of forest has been absolutely obliterated. Some type of massive sonic boom came through here and just flattened everything, which is why they call it the Cataclysm site. And when you start exploring it, first thing Yennefer tells Geralt, very first thing, before Geralt gets a chance to put the mask on, first thing Yennefer tells Geralt, unicorns were here. And Geralt starts laughing at her. Unicorns aren't real. No, unicorns were here. Whoever it is chasing Ciri, they got unicorns. There's unicorns here. That should immediately, if you've read the novels, tell you who is traveling with Ciri, because there is only one person the unicorns are hell-bent on killing, and that's Avallac'h. But then the game doesn't go anywhere with it. The game tells you that the unicorns arrived. They are here. And then Geralt puts on the mask, and the next thing is, oh, yeah, well, here's the wild hunt. They're chasing Ciri. And the unicorns are never mentioned again. It's an Easter egg to the unicorn scene of the novels, but if you hadn't read the novels, you don't know that. I don't remember this house ever having loot in it before. Have we never looted this house? Also, we're fatigued. And we're in a house. Let's measure it. But the 4 hours. Also, what time is it? Wait, what time is it? Time? Time. 7 a.m.
Amusing. TRL said the same thing, only at much higher volume.
How long have I been streaming? I should look at that. 2 hours and 35 minutes. We ran out of daylight and police departments close here in Maine. So, fuck you if you need the police at night. Oh well. But at some point we need to go back and finish doing all the rest of our stuff with the place. There's a huge amounts of vandalism and craziness in my yard. We didn't have enough hours in one day to do it all. So we gotta go back and do more stuff with the place in a few hours after I stopped the stream. And I was wondering, when does the police department open? I think they open at 10. Don't they open at 10? You would think a police department should be open 24 hours a day. There should always be police around. Not in Maine. I haven't gone to bed yet. So we are going on what? Are we now past 48 hours since I've gotten any sleep? I'm so stressed out of my mind, I can't sleep. That's why I was streaming. Because I'm so damn stressed out of my mind. You don't need a drink or anything, and that wasn't enough to take away all your fatigue? Really?
For I think we can agree this matter is between us alone.
Is 60% 4 hours of meditation? It's not, apparently it's not, because it didn't go down to 0. Hey, it's almost the same time in the game as it is in real life. It's 7:13, and in the game it's 6:04. Okay. What was we doing? Oh, we was talking about Yennefer. Where was I? I don't know. I got sidetracked. But, of course it's being funny. Cataclysm site, right ahead. We can start to see parts of it right there. You can see all the dead trees there. That's what we was talking about, the Cataclysm site. I have seen so many people later after playing the game. And some people mentioned something about the Cataclysm site and they're like, oh yeah, that's that place Ciri screamed and killed all the wild hunt, just like she did at Kaer Morhen.
I see I've touched a tender spot. So let's change the subject, shall we?
She didn't do it at Kaer Morhen or the Cataclysm site. Pay attention. Avallac'h did it both times. Ciri's not capable of doing the sonic scream. The sonic scream is a thing that Avallac'h does. And very specifically, if he can't do it powerful enough, whoever happens to be near him, he puts it in them and they start screaming for him. That's why, just before Ciri screams, what do we see at Kaer Morhen? What do we hear? Listen to what you hear. A sonic boom echoes. And Corinthia lets go and jumps back and turns around and looks up at the tower because, oh my god, I didn't know Avallac'h was here. And he grabs Aridin and he starts to run. And at that moment, Ciri's sonic scream starts. And she can't stop it. And later you hear her say she tries to do it again and she doesn't know how to. And how does it stop? Avallac'h. physically has to stop her from screaming. Exactly like it was in the novels, where he did it when the unicorns were attacking. And then he couldn't do it a second time because he was injured. So these 5 girls that were with him, he put it in them, and they did it. And Ciri was mind blown watching it. Ciri was there when it happened. That's what causes the cataclysm event. And the game tells you that, and nobody ever listens. Ciri was being chased by the Wild Hunt. And who knows why, but somehow she's got Avallac'h and she's got him in her control, which means she is in control of this necklace. Because in the novels, King Oberon was in control of this necklace, and King Oberon could get Avallac'h to do anything. Avallac'h could not disobey King Oberon, even though he wanted to, because Oberon controlled that necklace. And Avallac'h couldn't take it off. And we see that in the game, where Avallac'h cannot refuse any command Ciri gives him. Obviously, Ciri is now controlling this necklace. The necklace the unicorns put on him. And he's trying to get away from the unicorns. We see it in the novels. What does Yennefer tell us? Yennefer tells us that when Ciri and her companion came through the portal, a bunch of unicorns came through too.
Should he call for reinforcements?
And then it tells you that there are 2 attacks. Something happened, the cataclysm event. The unicorns vanished, and the Wild Hunt died. Ciri, at the same time, jumped through a portal. Her companion didn't go through the portal because he's the one doing the cataclysm event that killed the unicorns and the Wild Hunt, a complete repeat of what we saw in the novels. People completely overlooked the reference to the fact that not just the Wild Hunt is here. Geralt stands there and laughs and tells Yennefer there's no such thing as unicorns. He's telling Yennefer she's crazy. There's no such thing as unicorns. And Yennefer is saying, no, it's not just the Wild Hunt here with Ciri. The unicorns were here as well. The Wild Hunt is after Ciri. The unicorns are after her companion. And that is told because at this point you don't know who is Ciri traveling with. Well, if you've read the novels, you know there's only one person in the novels the unicorns are after. That is an Easter egg. The game is telling you this clue. Look, we're giving you this clue to tell you you can figure out on your own. This is who is traveling with her. And people miss it. People completely miss it. It later, when Ciri is talking to Geralt, Isle of Mists, and at the Bald Mountain, she outright tells Geralt, yeah, the cataclysm event was Geralt, the Avallac'h, he did that. He threw me in this portal, and he did that, and I don't know what he did, but he did it, and he threw me through this portal, and that's how we got separated. That's why he ended up in Velen, and Ciri ended up in Skellige. And people are like, oh yeah, Ciri did the cataclysm event. No, she didn't. And the game outright tells you she didn't. And Ciri herself is the one who tells you. It annoys me when people don't pay attention. If it's something that's hidden and is an Easter egg, which the unicorn reference is an Easter egg, so you would have had to have read the novels to understand that. But Ciri outright says the cataclysm event was Avallac'h. Scared and having a panic attack and casted some type of wild crazy spell while he threw her in a portal. She landed in Skellige, he landed in Velen. That's how they got separated. Does nobody listen to what anybody says? That's annoying. That's a huge pet peeve, and we're now in the Cataclysm event. This is the Cataclysm event site right here. Our panthers are running along ahead of us, killing everything, so we just keep stopping to get it. We don't have to fight anything. But that is a huge pet peeve. They divide people not paying attention. Anything. I hate it when I will say something, and then somebody else will turn around and say, "Oh, she said that," and it's completely the opposite of what I said. So far, the opposite of what I said. That's not what I said. You completely twisted what I said, turned it around, stuffed it inside out, and spit out something totally different to what I said. How did I say this, and you translated it to I said that? What the hell? How did this become that? People hear what they want you to say, and they don't hear what you actually say, and that annoys me so bad. I hate that. Which is why you see me bitch about it in the game, because it's not just something I bitch about in the game, it's something I bitch about in everything. I hate it in everything. It's one of the things that annoys me, and why I end up a lot of playthroughs if I'm watching somebody playing the game and they start doing something like that, where 5 minutes ago character A said blah blah blah, and 5 minutes later they're talking with their chat and they're like, oh yeah, this character said this and this and this, and it's completely the opposite what the character just said, and they're telling you, yeah, the character just said that. No, that's not what they just said. How did you hear them so damn wrong? I stop watching the playthrough when people do stuff like that, because it annoys me so bad. And not just with this game either. Any game I'm watching. Attention to detail. I am somebody who notices little teeny miny minute details. I did everything. I've noticed that most people don't notice details. It's like everybody else sees everything around them in this wide view. So they see this big object and that big object, and everything else is blurred out, and they only see the one or two things. And me, when I look at something, I've got this narrow macro lens, and I see all the little teeny tiny details. And I get upset because they didn't see the small details, and they said they saw something different than what everybody else saw them see. So annoying.
Naivety is a fool's blessing.
Which is why you see me get so damn mad when people do this, and so many people do it. I'm like, great Siri, where are you getting that? He didn't. Why are you saying that? How do you people translate anything in either the game or the novels to, I will not great Siri? He didn't. And yet people will play the game and or read the novels and end up being totally convinced, I'm not going to say, he didn't. Pay attention to the details. Are we going to have trouble with you guys because you have some type of immunity to freeze? We're not attacking with regular hard. Regular ARG should kill them, but I've got modded ARG here. Regular ARG attacks with a force what's it called? You are carrying elf heads. I'm trying to remember what the file is called. It's shock, force, and knockdown are the 3 files. And I have changed. It's a mod I made, so it's not something you can get on Nexus. I have changed. Is it 80,000? It does frost damage. Frost and cold damage, which are different. There's different files for it to do different things. Basically, it's like the piercing cold mutagen, but different and more powered up. So when we're attacking with Ard, we're not actually attacking with Ard, we're attacking with an ice attack. Not the electrical shock attack, which is in the vanilla game. There's some monsters, there's quite a few monsters that have an immunity to frost attack. And it looks like the sirens might have some level of frost immunity. What is that called? There's a name for the file, and I can't think of the name of the file. All I can think of is immunity, and that's not it. It's frost damage something. It annoys me when I can't remember something. I know what it is, and I can't remember what the word is. Yeah, usually we can hit things and just instant death them, and we're not with the sirens. So they've definitely got some type of a frost immunity in their code. Looks like it takes 3 hits to damage it. Most stuff he can just 1 hit kill everything with that. I don't know what we would call it. I never named it. It's just Ard with ice and stuff instead.
Get on to, please.
Is that all? We get them all done? All done? Oh, this is near... Wait. Is this... Maybe I'm thinking... We've already done it in this playthrough. It won't trigger a second time. So we can't trigger it again. But are we near the ghost ship area? Wait a minute. I was thinking we are. Isn't this where we... Yes! This little black spot right here. It looks like a weird little blotch. That's where the ghost ship triggers. So where we are right now, you want to meditate your time ahead to around 12:30 p.m. and then start swimming. You need to swim for this. From right where we are right now. There's also a boat here. You can take that boat. You know what? That's probably what that boat is for, since there's nothing else there for that boat. Anyways. Right where you have Lofton Cemetery and Red Gill Druid's Camp. This, like, Bermuda Triangle area here. Swim out until you get to here. At 12:30, at night. So that you're right around here. You want to be right in this area, right in front of this, when 1 a.m. hits. And as you're swimming up through here, a blue invisible ghost ship, I have the video for it. It's one of my most viewed VODs. So if you sort my VODs by high views, it'll come up right near the top. It's one of the top viewed VODs. As you're swimming, the ghost ship will come up right here, and it will go up over your head and go back into the water. And if you stay there, it will do it 3 times. It'll keep going up. And when you watch where it goes down up over, where does it go down? Goes down on the coast somewhere. Can't remember where. We followed it. We had so much trouble doing it. We made a save file, and then we went back to the save file, and we kept re-triggering it because I was trying to see, where does it come down? It flies through the sky, and it goes a distance away, and then it dumps down. And it looks like you could see it. It looks like it crash lands. And I was like, can we find this thing? And you can. It does crash land, and you can find it, and it moves. If you go and find it, it'll be out floating in the water all wrecked, and you can't get on it. And if you wait 3 days, so just, there's an island nearby, go up to the island, meditate 3 days ahead, meditate a day, and meditate a day, meditate a day, then go back. This tidal wave happens and pushes it up onto the island. And there's treasure on it, then you can loot the ghost ship. I have a video that shows the whole thing as we're doing it. I don't remember the name of the VOD. I think the name of the VOD might be just Ghost Ship. I didn't know it was an Easter egg that I didn't know was in the game. I'd never heard of it before. And it was one... The game developers said they had not found any instance of anybody playing the game and finding this Easter egg. And I think it was the 3rd anniversary of the game.
Let's go.
The game developer had actually made this thing for the game. Wrote an article and he published it. I think it was the 3rd anniversary of the game. It was one of the anniversaries of the game. He published this article telling people there's this Easter egg in the game and nobody's mentioned it. There's no videos of it. There's no articles about it. No blog posts. No tweets. We don't think anybody's ever found it. It's considered the rarest Easter egg in the game because you have to go to a specific location at a specific time, and then you have to stop and be in a specific spot and wait for it in order to trigger it. It's so damn hard to trigger. We had such a hard time triggering it. And the second rarest Easter egg in the game is the game developer photo on top of Mount Gorgon, which it's a thing that is difficult to get to, and it's not possible to get to it without modding the game. It's on the outside of the map border. So when you get to the map border, Geralt does this whole, oh, I'm too old for this trek, and turns around, starts walking the other way. There's like an invisible wall, he just keeps bouncing off it, you can't go through it. You have to have a mod. The mod is called Sensible Map Borders. You have to have a mod that removes that invisible barrier. Once that invisible barrier is down, then you can explore the outer areas of the worlds in the game. And then you can get to Mount Gorgon. And if you take the wrong path up Mount Gorgon, it takes 6 hours to climb. 6 hours of you doing nothing but climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing this mountain. However, if you find the correct path, you can get up Mount Gorgon in about 20 minutes. The correct path's not easy to find. And if you don't want to take that long hike and you can't take your horse, the horse, once you start climbing up Mount Gorgon, it gets too steep. It'll reach a point where the horse won't go anymore and you have to get off the horse and climb, and it's all manual climbing up that thing. But if you don't want to spend all that time climbing, somebody made a mod that put a fast travel point on the top of Mount Gorgon. And so you can go to any fast travel in the game, if you have that mod, go to any fast travel in the game, and you can fast travel to Mount Gorgon, to the peak, and your horse will go with you. That's how you get the horse up there. As you can end up going up there and seeing it and getting a screenshot of it without actually climbing the mountain, if you have that mod. I don't know how well that mod works. I know a lot of people have used it and they're all for that mod. I've never used it. We have manually climbed up Mount Gorgon. Every single trip has been a manual climb. And yeah, we haven't been up Mount Gorgon since Avallac'h was blonde, and now he's wearing all blue. His cape's blue now. So we haven't been up Mount Gorgon since he was either blonde or wearing his blue cape. We need to go up Mount Gorgon again to get screenshots of what he looks like now. And what did Siri look like last time we went up Mount Gorgon? I know the first time we went up Mount Gorgon, Siri had the long, long white hair. Which is, we had that hairstyle in Siri for a long time. I think that's probably the mod we used the longest for her. Because I like that one. This little sparkly point right here. This little sparkly point right here is where you put on your Mask of Uberaz. And Yennefer starts talking about unicorns. That whole thing that I was just talking about, the unicorns. That happens right here. Also, that means Yennefer's right over there. We need to be careful in this area because we don't want to run into Yennefer. We need to make a site. We need to get off and pick flowers. But we also need to make a manual save file. Manual save file. There we go. In case we do run into Yennefer. The autosaves don't always work properly. I'm not sure why. And it's a vanilla bug in the game, but I think all these mods I'm using has made it worse. So autosaves aren't always, you can't always rely on the autosave feature to be able to, oh, I want to go back, and then the autosave's like, no, I ain't letting you go back. So do, with this game, it's a vanilla bug in the game, do make sure you make manual saves, and don't do like most people do and make one save, no. Make actual thousands of saves like this. Because otherwise you could be replaying the game all the way back from the start, especially shortly after Kaer Morhen, the Battle of Kaer Morhen. A lot of people right after the Battle of Kaer Morhen, boom, they load their save file. Hey, they're back unconscious on the island when they first got to Skellige, some 100 hours ago. And everything past that point is gone. And if they didn't have a lot of manual saves and a lot of autosaves on separate files, not saved on top of each other, they're fucked. They have to replay all those 100 hours to get back to the Battle of Kaer Morhen all over again. And a lot of people have contacted CD Projekt Red about it, and it affects not just the PC version of the game, it affects the console version of the game as well. People playing on console run into it. I've never played it on console, so I don't know. I've only ever played it on PC. But I've seen people. It's a nightmare, these a lot of people have not finished the game because of that bug. The autosave file crashing bug. I don't know what you would call it. But the save files, they don't always save properly. The autosaves frequently, it says it's autosaving every 10 minutes, but the autosave 10 minutes ago, you could load it and it could be 40 hours ago. Not 10 minutes ago, even though it says 10 minutes ago, right in the name of it. I don't know what causes it. I've never figured out a way to fix it. And other mod makers have looked into trying to figure out what causes this weird save file bug. Why can't we fix this? How can we fix this? There's a lot of requests on Nexus. Can somebody fix this? And nobody's figured out a bug fix for it yet. And the game developers are like, yeah, no, just replay the game. Game's replayable. Go ahead, replay it. We're not gonna fix it.
At the moment, I find it impossible to fill my head with.
Oh, if you go to the official CD Projekt Red Witcher 3 website, go to the forum. There's a section in the forum where you can ask the game developers. A lot of them are on the forum all the time, so the game developers for Witcher 3 also are not the same game developers for Witcher 1. Nor are they either. Witcher 1 developers and Witcher 3 developers are not the same developers on Witcher 2. And nobody who worked on any of the Witcher games worked on Gwen. And nobody who worked on any of those worked on Thronebreaker. And nobody who worked on any of those worked on Cyberpunk. Everybody's always, oh, CD Projekt Red makes all these great games. Look, I got this game developers that go. They fire their entire crew and hire all new game developers for every single game. So when you get to the Witcher 3 forum and the section where you can talk to the game developers, watch out. They like to sit there and bitch a lot about how much they are pissed. They got done working on the game and all of a sudden CD Projekt Red fired them, didn't pay them, there's out, and oh, they had nightmare stories to game developers of this game. The game developers of this game, most of them hate CD Projekt Red on so many levels of vehement hatred. And they're all on that forum. You go on that forum and they're just... But they will answer your questions. So if you run into a bug or something, you have a question about, why is this in the game? Why did this happen in the game? Like, why is Avallac'h so short when he was this giant? Why is he so short? They will answer you and tell you. And if they don't know, they'll be like, oh, well, this game developer, they're the ones that worked on that part of the game. I'll set forward them your question and have them contact you. They're very good about contacting you. They will, if you have a question about this game, the game developers will answer you. CD Projekt Red, on the other hand, no. And you see that where people will ask about these bugs, and they're like, when is there going to be a bug fix for this? And the game developers are like, oh, well, yeah, CD Projekt Red, that would have been my job. I worked on that. I would have been able to fix that, but you know how it is. The few weeks before we got ready to release the game, they fired everybody, and we're not authorized to make it. So, hey, I'll make a mod on Nexus, and here's the bug fix. A lot of the biggest mod makers for this game on Nexus are actual game developers who made this game. CD Projekt Red won't let them make bug fixes for the bugs because they're like, no, we're done with the game. We're not fixing anything. Game's done. We don't care that there's 7 million bugs in the game. It's the biggest game in the world. And then CD Projekt Red releases Cyberpunk, and everybody's like, how is that game so buggy? They never released a buggy game before. And did you never play Witcher 3? Worse than Witcher 3. Did you never play Witcher 1 and run into Vizima Confidential? Most notorious bug in game history. My voice is starting to give out. I might have to stop streaming just because my voice is getting bad. You know what? I haven't been getting a drink this whole stream, have I? I just realized. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 unopened drinks here. I have. Normally in a stream, 3 hours, I will drink all of those. Usually when you get to 3 hours, I will either stop the stream, go take a break, and start another stream, or I will do an intermission and take a break and then come back. But that intermission is so I can get up and go to the bathroom. And while I'm going to the bathroom, get more drinks. Because these are the amount of drinks that I will drink in a 3-hour stream. And they're all sitting here unopened, which means I haven't gotten a drink this whole stream. That's why I'm losing my voice. Also, I spent 3 hours screaming yesterday. At everybody. I'm scared bad. Poor Beth. Oh, Beth's trying to calm me down. He said, no, we can do this calmly, we can do this rashly. Go to the police station, we'll go to the courthouse, we'll file court papers, we'll do this, we'll do that, and I'm full-blown scream mode for 3 hours straight. So my voice is... If you hadn't heard, we had a massive vandalism attack yesterday. So I'm in a rage at everybody, and I'm playing the game because for some reason, when I'm playing the game, I like just... But you see me. I'll be bitching about something that happened, and then something will happen in the game, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, great. I'm back to talking about the game. But then something will remind me, oh yeah, that happened, and now I'm bitching about it, and they, oh, game. So many people have asked me, do you have attention deficit disorder? No, I wasn't tested for all that, and doctor, no, that's not attention deficit. This is post-traumatic stress disorder. Ah, yeah, why not have that? Why aren't we moving? What are you doing? What? Why? Oh, I see. Autosave. Okay, autosave bug was doing something. he couldn't move. I was trying to get the bus to go, and the bus wouldn't move. Where are we? We're in the Cataclysm site. Which way are we facing? I don't want to run into Yennefer. We're in an area where it's starting to get grassy, which means we are at a point of close to Yennefer. Yennefer's over there, right? That big tree up there. Yennefer's under that big tree up there. Is that where Yennefer is? I'm lost. Wait a minute. We're aiming at that tree, right? We're aiming kind of at that tree. Okay. Where are we? Yes. Okay, that big tree is where Yennefer is. Avoid the big tree, and also wait. This cave? Or this cave? When we looked at the map a little while ago, that cave wasn't there. It was just this cave, and this cave, and this cave. Now there's 4 caves. As we got closer to it, there's another cave. Bards beloved, find the troubadours beloved. Is that all the grave hag, or water hag, or bilge hag? Some type of hag? She was like a siren hag hybrid thing. She could sing like a siren, and she put a spell on this guy, and she convinced him that she was like this beautiful seductress, and he's telling Geralt, oh, you know, how great and wonderful she is, and then you find her, and it's like a grave hag or something, and she's this hideous monster, but he's got a spell on him because she's some type of a siren hag hybrid. Is that one? That quest is okay to do. That doesn't connect anything. We don't want to do this quest because it'll mess up. We've got the third ending for Family Matters active. The third ending, the Baron lives, the Baron's wife lives, all the orphans live, and all the villagers live. And it is so damn hard to get that ending active in this game. It's the rarest quest ending of any quest in the game. And we have it active right now. But if you do certain other things, it'll cause it to cancel out. This quest here with Yennefer is one of the quests that could cancel it out. The Morkvark quest with the werewolf could cancel out Family Matters third ending. So that's why we're avoiding Yennefer. We do not want to do this quest yet because we need to finish the other quest first, and we haven't finished the other quest yet. But I need a mod for this quest or this quest. I'm now questioning which cave is it, because now there's two caves here. But we looked at, we were down here at Red Gull. We looked at the map because we were trying to decide where to go, and I saw these caves, and I was saying we can go to the distillery, but not do this one because I don't know if I've got the mod on or not. I have to check the mods and see if I have it on. There's a naked woman there. And it's a naked woman who, it's a huge cutscene where you're standing there talking to her. So now it's not only is it just a naked woman, like a lot of background characters walk by naked and stuff, and yeah, you don't notice that much. No, this is, she's going to be right there, full screen, facing up her torso, fully naked, for a good 10 or 15 minutes. While she yap 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 yap. I have a mod that puts clothes on her. I don't know if I've got the mod on or not right now, because I also used the clamshell mod, which overrides that mod. So we have to take all these mods that remove nudity off in order to use the clamshell mod, which we can't use on Twitch, and we have been using, as you can see on my website from the screenshots that incite people to send me these crazy emails of, oh my god, what the hell? Yeah, oh my god, what the hell? You know what? I like Avallac'h. So, there you go. That's going to be a thing if you go onto my website and ignore the fact that, hey, yeah, this page is not safe for work. You know, don't go on this page. And people are like, oh, don't go on this page. Okay, I'll go on this page. Yeah, you. And then they send me these emails, and I'm like, why are you emailing me?
Should he
Well,
call
you
for
know
reinforcements?
what I'm like. Oh, that also reminds me. There's a new mod that just came out this morning. I'm on Nexus every day. I refresh the new mods on Nexus like 4 or 5 times a day. So I download every single mod as soon as it comes out. Whether it's a mod I think I'm going to use or not, I download it, because several times I've seen a mod and I'm like, I'll probably never use that. And then a few months later I'll be like, hey, I remember that mod. You know what? I do want to use that now. I didn't want to use it back then, but I want to use that. And I'll go back and I'll find the mod, and the mod page will have some message where I'm sick of being harassed, so I deleted this mod. So now, the trolls on Nexus are crazy. Mod makers get harassed all the time. So now, every time I see a mod, whether I think I'm going to use it or not, I just download all of them. Because if I want to go back and download it, and then I find out the mod maker had a fight with trolls and they deleted the mod, and now I can't download it. So, I refreshed the Nexus new mods for Witcher 3 and updated, latest update, what is that page? Latest updates for Witcher 3 mod page. 4 or 5 times a day, so I get all the mods and just download. I didn't even look to see what they are. Like, oh yeah, it's a new Witcher 3 mod. I'll download it and figure out what it is later. There was one today. It's hysterical. And somebody pointed out this, the very first comment. I rarely comment on Nexus mods. You're almost never going to see me comment on a mod. But I read the comments on the mods because it's hysterical to see the reactions people have to mods. But I saw this mod just get released, it was just a few hours ago. It's brand new, so if you go on Nexus right now, it's going to be right there, one of the last mods that was just uploaded a couple of hours ago. And I read the title and I read the description.
It's time.
And then I opened the mod up and looked at it and like, okay, you got a strange definition of every character. And then I look at the comments, and the very first comment, it has 2 comments on it right now. When I looked at it, it probably got more by now, because it had only been up like 10 minutes when I looked at it, so I had time for a couple of comments. But the very first comment was like, so when you say all, do you mean all? All, or what does all mean? It's a mod that makes all characters in the game nude. No, it doesn't. It makes all female characters in the game nude. There is a discrepancy there, because all would include the male characters as well, which we would definitely do a playthrough over on my Pornhub account where we do those types of playthroughs with all the male characters nude. I would do that. You've seen me do stuff like that if you watch my streams on other channels, not Twitch. We don't do stuff like that on Twitch. But then people see these screenshots I have on my website and they're like, did you stream this? How do you? And then that video that it had like 2 million views on the VOD. Not on Twitch, obviously. And then it got deleted. And I found out it got deleted because all of a sudden I'm getting emails of, where's the Uma video? And I'm like, wait, what? So I go and look. Oh yeah. Where is the Uma video? Oh no, it got deleted. But everything got deleted. Every VOD is gone. All of them. Nobody noticed that, there's 200 other VODs gotten up. Just, where's the Uma video?
Did you run into trouble?
And then I get these people, what the fuck is that video? And I have to watch this video every day and it's gone and I can't watch it every day. And I'm like, wait, what? No wonder it has 2 million views up. Why are you watching it every day? What is wrong with you? Oh. Back when I first made it, the clamshell mod was still available. And people were constantly asking, what is this mod? Where can I get this mod? What the hell? And I was like, oh yeah, clamshell mod's up on Nexus. And then I started getting emails. I can't find the clamshell mod, it's on Nexus. And I went, look, no, it was deleted by CD Projekt Red. CD Projekt Red went to Nexus and filed a complaint and said, delete this mod. We don't want this on our game. Well, if you look into Witcher 3 end user license agreement, nudity mods are not allowed to be streamed.
As regards the Elder Blood, you're all
It
aware
says
of
that
Ciri's
in CD Projekt Red's user
I am
agreement.
alone only in knowing to what extent.
nudity mods not allowed to be used on Witcher 3, and they've got this long list. You can't do this and this, it's disrespectful and all this stuff. And they actively go to Nexus and tell Nexus, we can't have these mods. And they went through, they haven't done it recently, so there's been a lot of nudity mods showing up on Nexus again for Witcher 3. I think it's been 2018, 2019 the last time they did it. Every once in a while, CD Projekt Red goes and checks all the Nexus mods. Not the game developers. The game developers are the ones making half of those mods. But CD Projekt Red will go and check it. They'll be like, nope, can't have nudity mods. And they'll contact Nexus and be like, nope, delete all these mods. And Nexus just mass deletes every single nudity mod.
Waiting to preserve.
So that's why you can't get the clamshell mod anymore, because that's what happened to it. The mod creator who made the clamshell mod had made a version of it for Skyrim. And then Bethesda contacted Nexus and said, nope, take this mod down. And so it's not available for any game on Nexus anymore. And the mod creator had their own website. You used to be able to download it off their website, but their website has since been deleted. I don't know why the website's no longer on the internet, so I don't think you can get the clamshell mod anywhere anymore. I don't think it's possible. And I've had so many people contact me and they're like, send me this mod! And I'm like, no. I don't share mods. I know it annoys people, but most mod makers put it right in. They'll put a thing and they'll say, I don't want this mod being sent to other people. If somebody asks you for my mod, send them my email. They can ask me. I'll give it to them. So, and most mod makers have something that says that in the mods. Most mods have a user agreement that says no, you cannot share this mod. If somebody asks you for a copy of it, you can't send them a copy of it. So that's why I don't. People get so pissed off because I have, like, enhanced herbalism. I'm using enhanced herbalism. So many people want that mod, and mod maker deleted it. They got mad and said they were protesting Nexus, and I don't know why they're protesting Nexus, but they had this big, they put this big thing. They've since been banned by Nexus. Their account, it says user banned on their username now, and nothing's there anymore. I don't know what they were protesting Nexus for, but they were just so mad at Nexus, and they deleted all their mods. They had so many mods. The Witcher 1 book mod, and the Witcher 2 book mod for Witcher 3, which takes every book out of Witcher 1 and Witcher 2 and puts them in Witcher 3, which I'm also using that. That's why we got so many books that we're getting with all these weird names and stuff that are, if you haven't played Witcher 1 or Witcher 2, you have no clue what these books are, because they're not normally in Witcher 3. They made that mod. Increased creature loot was taken down for a while. I think that mod maker came back. Didn't they bring their mods back? And, oh, the Siri mod. I love the Siri mod. Hug Siri.
Siri. Zirel. Can you hear me?
Where are my clothes?
Siri's lore-friendly scar. See, her face is quite different than what you normally see in the game. The scars on her face. And also, the makeup that she's wearing. The blue smears across her face and stuff. Gels is in the way, so hug Siri.
Come on. Don't just stand there. I want a hug.
That's probably my favorite mod on Nexus, after the Geralt Doppler, which helps us play as Avallac'h. Ever since this mod was created, because ever since I read the novels, I complained like hell about Ciri, what she looks like in the game. When I first played the game, hadn't read the novels, didn't make any... Hi, Rask. How long you been there? I didn't know you were there. When I first played the game, I didn't... What Ciri looked like, I didn't think anything of it. No reason to. But then I read the novels. There are 2 Cyrillas in the novels. There are 2 girls named Cyrilla. Ciri, our Ciri, Geralt's Ciri, Yennefer's Ciri, Avallac'h's Ciri, the real Ciri. She has ethereal blue eyes, the color of the sky. She has golden blonde hair that gleams yellow in the sun. Her hair, when her grandmother died, she rolled her hair in ashes to make her hair into dreadlocks, and became known as the ashen-haired maid because there were ashes in her hair, ashes out of the fireplace. And then Vilgefortz comes along. Everybody's dying, left and right. Everybody's dead. Ciri's on the run. Nobody can find her. And Dunny, Amir, he's all, we can't let anybody know. We have to act like she's still here. Let's pretend she's still here. Don't tell anybody she's gone. But then people are like, well, we haven't seen her in a while. So he gets this idea, well, let's find an imposter Ciri who can sit here on the throne, and people can come in and go, like, yep, see, here she is, she's still here. Here she is, this is her. Here, Ciri. It's not Ciri. So this guy hears about this, and he's like, oh, well, I know this girl who kind of looks like your daughter. Let me go get her. So he brings this girl in. Well, real Ciri is 7 years old. He brings this girl in, she's 12. So she's quite a bit older. She's enough older that it's noticeable that, yeah, little toddler over here, teenager over here, not quite the right age, but she looks like Ciri. Ciri has lost most of her face. She looks like Two-Face from Batman. There's no face. There's just sinews dripping off of bone. Her whole face, gone. People know she has a scar. They don't know how bad it is. Most people haven't seen her. This guy comes in with this other girl. Well, she's got a little thin cut on her cheek. Barely a scar. She has green eyes, emerald green eyes, and platinum silver white blonde hair. The imposter Ciri has green eyes, white hair, and a thin scar. Real Ciri, her face is messed up bad. She has ethereal blue eyes, the color of the sky, and golden blonde hair that gleams yellow in the sun. And so it bothered me when I read the novels and I found out, wait, there's 2 Ciris. There's a real Ciri who looks like this, and then there's a fake Ciri who, if you see them both together, you know they're different, but most people had never seen the real Ciri. Most people knew she was blonde. They didn't know, they hadn't seen her. So when they see this imposter Ciri that, you know, here's the Emperor, Dunny, he's telling you, yeah, this is my daughter, here she is, and people are, well, she doesn't look like your daughter, but okay, I guess that's your daughter. You know, her hair's now blonde white instead of blonde yellow. Her eyes are now green instead of blue. And the big, massive, messed up, nothing left of her face scar is now just a little thin scar on her cheek. And what do we see in the game? Emerald green eyes, silver white hair, and a thin scar on her cheek. That's the imposter Ciri, not the real Ciri. Why did the game developers do that? And I have a whole theory about that, and I wrote this long article about it, and it's on my profile somewhere, where I just rambled on about it, because so many people kept asking me, people who hadn't read the novels, and kept asking me, what, Ciri's face is messed up really bad. It's, you can see her face is messed up really bad. Her eyes are blue. And for a while we have a mod that has her hair dreadlocks. We have the smooth hair right now, but also there's a dreadlock version. Her hair's yellow. Yeah, her hair's dreadlocked. What's all this makeup you put on her? Ciri wore makeup like that. It said she painted, she took ashes and Fistech and she mixed them together with what'd she mix them with? Lard. She mixed them together with lard. And she put it on her face to try to hide her scars. She painted her face to make it look like the scars were part of the face paint. She wore this wild, crazy face paint.
Come, we must go.
All right. We'll talk later.
The game gives us imposter Ciri, not real Ciri. And once I found out, it pissed me off so much. And I just went and I hunted down all these mods. And I found this mod. We went through so many mods. We used every possible mod we could find on Nexus to change what Ciri looked like. And there's several mods that make Ciri's scar bigger, but it's never much bigger. And we had one, which I used for a really long time because it was, at the time, the best one out there. It still is one of the best ones. If this one messes up Ciri's face too much, but you want more scars, that other one, Battle Worn Ciri, I think is the name of it. Can't remember. It's an older one. I don't know where we left our horse. We need to find our horse. We're overburdened and we can't call our horse. That's not vanilla game. I have a mod that makes it so we're overburdened and we can't call our horse. I think ain't that an option I can turn off in the options? I think it is. Anyways, what I was saying at the start of all that. That mod where Ciri's face is messed up really bad,
Took you a while.
which
Did you run into
that's my
trouble?
favorite mod for Ciri because we've used that mod, what? When did it come out? We've used it for probably close to 3 years now. I don't know when it came out. We've used it a while. I think I started using it late 2018. And I beta tested that mod. When it first came out, I had it like a week before anybody else did. And that mod got so much hate. You should have seen it. The mod maker, it's, what's her name? Or is it a guy? I always get the mod makers mixed up. Ain't the one that made that a girl? I don't remember now.
Cyril will wait. At a safe
It's the
distance
one that
from the
made Netflix Triss mod. It's the same mod maker. It's, Bee-Boo-Boo? Is that the mod maker that made it? I think it is. There's so many mods. I get the mod makers mixed up one from another, and I can never remember. I have to look them up. Which mod maker made which mod? I think it's Bee-Boo who made that mod. But he had so many mods. And they're some of the best mods on Nexus. They're a 3D model person. So they made completely new 3D models for all kinds of stuff. I mean, is that our horse? No, that's a deer. I've lost our horse. And I can't call our horse. Oh, we need to get up high and look down. I think, weren't we up on like a hill and I got off and started walking and I looked at the map? So we need to kind of go up on a hilly area again, don't we? I don't know. Oh wait, can't we look at the map and see where our horse is? Wait. I keep forgetting we can do that. Our horse is straight, our horse is straight ahead of us, and so is that? Oh, that guy's inside, he's inside the cave, right? We have to go in the cave and talk to him. He's under the ground, I think. Ain't he? But according to the map, our horse is right in front of us. I don't see you up there. Well, guess we keep walking straight ahead. Or should come into a view. Oh, right. Is that you? No? That's a bush. Doesn't help that I can't see good, and we have low visibility of rain fog right now. Well, we'll pick this bush that's not our horse. This is what I was looking at back there. I saw this white back there through the bushes. I wonder if this was our horse. Nope, it's not our horse. We'll pick it. Where... We were near those wolves. I remember those wolves. Did we really get that far away from our horse? Okay, now which way? Quit. Turn around. Are we going the right way or did I turn the wrong way? Wait a minute. Yes, we're going the right way. Turn back facing the right way. That's what I was saying. The mod with series face with the scars, and there's 4 different versions of that. It's just the scar, or it's the scar with the blue face paint there, or it's the scar with the other one is more lore friendly to the novels, where the whole upper half of her face is smeared with ashes. And then there's one where she's got bloody handprints all over her face, which is also lore friendly to one scene in the novels where she had blood all over her face. But that mod is no longer available. They got hit so hard by trolls, and it was crazy. And that mod's the reason they deleted all their mods. And there's our horse. They deleted all their mods except for Netflix Triss. And they've since uploaded like 2 or 3 more mods, so they've got maybe 5 mods now, I think, on their account right now. But when they made that mod for the scars on Ciri's face, and wow, are we fatigued. Oh, he's getting fatigued fast because we're so overburdened. Is there a place where we can meditate? Are we in a place that's safe to meditate? Where's that cave? We have a cemetery. You're clipping your ears, clipping through your hood really bad. We have a cemetery. You know what? We know Avallac'h likes cemeteries. We can meditate in a cemetery. Really quickly because, wow, he's about to pass out. I was not watching his health. We let him get way too fatigued. We need 8 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's right at 99%. He's about to pass out any second. Okay, now you're thirsty. Get a drink. So, I forgot to check. What we're giving you to drink. I know we changed what we had in your pockets, and I don't know why we changed it to. I like these little random cemeteries that have absolutely no quest related to them or anything. They're just, hey, there's a cemetery in the middle of nowhere. It's one of those details that a lot of games leave out details like this that make the world look lived in. It's like everything has to be related to a quest or they don't put it in the game. And this game doesn't do that. This game has so many things that are not related to quests or anything. Just, hey, here's the thing. Look, here's a cemetery. You see cemeteries like this in Maine all the time. If you go out walking in the woods, there'll be these old, like a family grave. There'll be like, there's 10 stones here, mother, father, kid 1, baby 2. They look just like this. They're everywhere. Maine is covered with them. It'll be just a few stones standing there in the middle of the forest, and there's nothing else there. And you're like, wow, what used to be here? Obviously there was a house here or something at one point, because, you know, it's out in the middle of nowhere. Why would you bury someone out in the middle of nowhere? You wouldn't. There was a family living here at some point. I have multiple YouTube channels. And I know I never tell anybody what the names of any of my YouTube channels are. People are like, what's your YouTube channel? I'm like, if you really want to find my YouTube channels, you can find them. They're kind of them. But I had
Avallac'h
one
is right.
YouTube
If I
channel.
do nothing, humans, elves, all will face destruction.
It was a fairly large channel. It had 30,000 subscribers. It was one of my biggest YouTube channels. And all it was we just went to cemeteries in Maine. There's so many of them all over Maine. And they're like this. They're little cemeteries like this. There's hundreds of them. They're everywhere. And I know in this area, I know where a lot of them are. And so they were like hiking videos. It was me and the little chihuahua over there. We'd hike up into the woods, and I'd be like,
Come.
so here's the cemetery. And we would stop. And some of them are famous people. You get up there, and it's like some famous author from the 1700s. And it's like, oh my God, we just found their grave. And people know these things are there, and people actually take hiking trips, go up and see them and stuff. And there's one, it's not that far, it's where am I seeing? Road's there. It's over there. In a car, it's a 5-minute drive. It's right over there.
Geralt. So unfortunate.
It was in Avallac'h week, because that's a nearby
I hope you
one.
wouldn't have
And it
to
was
witness
close enough.
this.
We can walk to, or I can't anymore. But at the time, I used to walk my dog, and we would walk over there. I mean, it's right over there. We can walk right over there to it. It's 5 minutes by car, probably 20 minutes to walk there. It's nothing. And you get in there, and it looks, you know, it's just this old cemetery. It's a really old cemetery. It's from the 1600s. It's an ancient cemetery. And I knew a lot of my family was buried up there, so that's why we went up there the first time we went up there. We were looking for all the Rickers.
Look at those.
And I found all my
Remind you.
grandparents and my great-grandparents, and I have a Bible that was printed in the 1400s, and it has our entire family tree all the way back to the 1400s. All the births and deaths and marriages are all written in this ancient Bible. It's an old Bible from medieval times. It's been passed down in the family for hundreds of years. And some of them mentioned this cemetery, and I was like, ain't that cemetery over there? Is that the name of that cemetery? So we went over one day to see, is that the name of that cemetery? Can we actually find these people who were buried in the 1600s that are listed in this Bible? And we did. We found 20 or 30 of them. We found huge amounts of people that I didn't realize they were buried that close by. And it was all streamed. We live streamed it. It was on YouTube. They were YouTube streams. And we go and it's like, wow. I took photocopies, so I didn't have to take the Bible with me. Took photocopies of these pages in the Bible. So we knew the names and the dates and stuff, and we're streaming, walking through this cemetery, and it's like, oh my God, we found, this is my great-great-great-grandmother from, 1612 and stuff, and so we found all these people, and as we're going through this cemetery, we get way down in the back to what is probably one of the first 4 or 5 graves that started this cemetery. And there's this huge, like an obelisk. And it's so out of place because all the stones are these old, nothing, tiny little stones from the 1600s. And then there's this massive thing. And I was like, what is that? And we go, and it's like this monument thing, and it's got this guy, it's, what's his name? I can't remember his name. He's a famous explorer. And it's like from back with Leif Erikson time period, before Columbus and stuff. And it's got this huge thing. The obelisk isn't that old. The original grave is here. It's a little tiny thing. But the obelisk was put up maybe in the 1800s. And the obelisk has this whole big thing. And it tells you the story of this guy. And it talks about, as you go, and it's like reading a short story. You have to read down the obelisk and then go around the next side and read down. And so we had this video live streamed. This is what I did. We read it. I was reading this and I was like, wow, look at this thing. And it talks about he was the first person to spend the winter in North America. When the first settlers had come here, all the like John Smith, Roanoke, Pocahontas time period, that group, it lists these people off, that group are on this thing. And it talks about how they didn't think, they had missed, they were going down towards the Virginia area. And they missed on this trip, and they ended up here in Maine. Which it wasn't Maine back then, it was this was Quebec back then. So they ended in Quebec. And it was winter. And they didn't dare to stay here. And this guy's like, you know what? I don't think the winters are that bad. I think we can survive here. And so he wanted to stay here. And they're like, no, we're going back. We missed Virginia. We're going down here. We missed them. We're way up here north. We're going back. We'll come back next year. We didn't realize there's this much snow up here. Maine's all snow. So this guy's like, well, leave me here. If I die, I die. If I'm still here alive when you come back, we've proved we can live winter in the New World. And so they leave, and they left him here. And he built a house. And I went and I found the house, and I couldn't believe it when we found it. You know when we lived on Water Street? Homer's Bar, right next door to us, when we lived there. Homer's Bar is that house. His house that it talks about here, where he went and he built this house so he could live in the winter, that is Homer's Bar. And I was like, oh my God. I didn't know Homer's Bar used to be this historical thing. But I found if you go around the back side of Homer's Bar, there's this plaque on the building that tells you more of the story. Here's the house, this guy that lived here. It's, the street's named after him. What's the name of the street? The street that Homer's Bar is on. Pearson. Pearson's Lane. I can't remember his first name. His last name's Pearson. That guy. He was an explorer. So he built that house, and he lived there. And they came back a year later to see, you know, is he going to be here? Before they went down to Virginia. And he was still here. And that's when the first settlers started settling up here in Quebec, which is, this area is now Maine, because America decided, let's make a unique law where the northern states can't add a state unless the southern states add a state, and the southern states can't add a state unless the northern states add a state, because the north and south of America were divided. The Civil War. And the southern states were like, we need a state. So the northern states were, well, we don't have any more land. There's nothing out there but desert, Rocky Mountains, Utah. The Utah Territory was its own country back then. It wasn't part of America. Run by a king named Brigham Young. A lot of people don't know that. Look that up. That is one of the most fascinating things. I had no idea. I started studying Mormon history, Utah history, and I found out, oh my God, I didn't realize there was a point where Utah was a country, not a state. Utah Territory. But nobody, they didn't have any more land. And there's a new land here, and they're trying to approve it as a state. So everybody who lives in Massachusetts decides, well, let's go invade Quebec, chop off a piece of it, and we'll call it Maine. That's why everybody up here doesn't consider themselves American. Most people in Maine classify themselves as Canadians because, yeah, you're down there in America. We're still up here in Canada. I mean, you all you did was slap a name tag on us. America didn't even come up here and bring any laws or anything. It's still wild, crazy, insanity, lawless, nothing up here. Are you doing something? You were jumping. Okay. I was wondering, what was going on behind my head? It was Rascal. How did I get off on that? Oh, the cemetery. That's right. That's what I was talking about. That cemetery. We got sidetracked. Why did we get sidetracked? We were talking about Series Space. We got sidetracked by the cemetery. Anyways, I live streamed this whole thing where I'm reading this plaque, and then we went, after I found out about the house, I was like, can we find the house? Where's the house? And then I found out, oh wow, they put the bar in that house. That the bar was the house, and it was fascinating. And this channel, this YouTube channel, it was all stuff like that. All I did, the entire channel, was just going to cemeteries and reading these plaques. We found several people. We found General Lafayette, that same cemetery over there. I keep pointing over there. Over there, that exact same cemetery. General Lafayette is buried over there. General Lafayette from the, he was a friend of George Washington during the Revolutionary War. That one. He's buried over there. We found his grave. And then we went looking for his house, and we found his house. And when we found it, I was like, wait, I know this house. We buy this house all the time. I had no idea this was General Lafayette's house. We found his house, and when we got there to find it, there was all these protesters standing around with signs protesting the tearing down of the house. That's when we found out, wait, they're tearing it down? Like, yeah, it had been condemned, and so General Lafayette's house got torn down. The plaque is still there to tell you, yeah, this is where General Lafayette used to live. But now the house is gone. But so we have on the video, we have the house like a week before it got torn down. That was rather fortunate that we found it before it got torn down. If it had been a few weeks later, we wouldn't have seen it. But oh, the guy who painted that famous picture, what is it? Uncle Sam standing there pointing out. What is it? Uncle Sam Wants You. Is that what it says on it? It's really famous. It's a World War I poster, right? Is it? He's buried in that cemetery. The guy that painted that he's also in that cemetery. In the newer 1930s, 1940s section. I had no clue he lived in Maine until we found that cemetery. And there's a plaque there, and we're reading it, and I'm like, wait. Is this really the guy that made that poster? And then we came back and we looked it up, and we looked him up on Wikipedia. I was like, yeah, he was born and raised in Maine, and I had no clue. We also found Betty Davis, the actress. We found a plaque. She's not buried here, but her family, she lived here, and her family had a family grave here. Before she became an actress, she had a plot where she was supposed to be buried, but then she became an actress and she got, I don't know, buried out in California or something. I have no idea where she's buried. So we found the place where she should have been buried before she became famous and moved and ended up being buried somewhere else, which was also here in Maine. And I got that channel, that YouTube channel, got so many followers. I said it had 30,000 subscribers. It was just getting bigger and bigger. All we were doing was going cemetery to cemetery to cemetery and reading these plaques, and we found things I had no clue. That's how I found all these cemeteries. I knew the cemeteries were out there, but I had never taken the time to stop and read these plaques and read these monuments and find out who are these people, why are there statues, why are there obelisks, why are there these big monuments. And so I started reading them. I was fascinated by the history of, wow, I had no clue all these people were in this little area. And then one day the YouTube channel is gone. Deleted. And I didn't know it was deleted because I didn't upload to it daily. It was like 2 times a week, so I didn't know immediately that it had been deleted. Until I got on Facebook. All these people contact me on Facebook. They're like, where's this channel? It's gone. We like all this history and stuff. We like all these reading. Why'd you delete the channel? And I was like, I didn't delete the channel. What are you talking about? And so I went, yeah, the channel was deleted. I contacted YouTube at, oh, it is so hard to get in touch with a person. We got to run around back and forth, customer service, going back again, and it took weeks. It was like 2 or 3 months before I finally got an answer. I finally, after all the back and forth, and I finally got in touch with an actual physical person to ask, why was this channel deleted? All I had when I checked the emails was, it said, terms of service violation.
It's beautiful.
That's all it said. It said nothing else. And I was like, what was the violation? What did we do? And so the girl contacts me back, and she says, well, it says, the note here says the channel's not family friendly. I was like, it's a history channel where we go to cemeteries and read monuments of historical figures. What is not family friendly about this channel? And so she says, even though the channel's been deleted for months by this point, and YouTube claims we can't recover videos, well, she says, you know what, YouTube's got archives, so we can go check the videos. I'll go watch some of the videos. I'll go see what, And so she contacts me again. I end up contacting this girl back and forth several times. And she's like, I don't know. She said, I can't see anything wrong with these videos. I don't know why your channel was deleted. I don't see anything that's not family friendly. She said, I'm going to have to ask someone else. So I don't know who she asked. She goes off to find someone over her who knows more. And about a week later, she contacts me back again, and she says, the reason your channel was deleted was because it showed tombstones and gravestones, and you were in a cemetery, and it might cause people to think about death. We're not allowed to show any references to death, graves, or skeletons on YouTube. That was why the channel was deleted. I was in a cemetery reading the monuments of these historical figures, and it might cause people to think about death. Therefore, the channel was not family friendly and was deleted. I still have all the videos because I know a lot of people, if their channel gets deleted, everything's gone because they upload and they don't keep a backup. I own my own server that is sitting here in my room here. So I have backups. I have 98 terabytes of backups. So I still have all of those VODs. But I'm like, I don't dare to upload them on my other YouTube channels because, well, then YouTube's going to delete those channels. And I'm like, well, does Twitch say something like that? I don't dare to upload them to Twitch because... So I've never re-uploaded these videos anywhere because I don't dare to. It's like, not family friendly. You're standing in a cemetery. You're reading historical monuments with these historical figures. Might cause people to think of death. When was that? When did that channel get deleted? That was like 2017, I think. know, you hear so many. There was one, it was a girl, I watched her stuff all the time. When I first started making the Avallac'h cosplay, you don't know, I cosplay Avallac'h. When I first started cosplaying Avallac'h, when I first started making the costume, I was trying to find out, had anybody else made it? Because it's this weird toga wrap thing he's got wrapped all around him. I was trying to figure out, how do you make this? There's no pattern for something like this, so obviously I have to make a pattern. Is there somebody else out there that already made a pattern? Can I download their pattern? Has somebody made this and uploaded, here I made a pattern, can I download it? So I don't have to go through making the pattern process. And so I found this girl, she's a cosplayer, and she had a cosplay YouTube channel. Well, she had cosplayed Avallac'h, and she did this wild costume that was really good. But she was a makeup artist. Her job, that's what she was. And so she could make anybody look like anybody, and that's what her channel was. I found her while I was looking. I ended up finding her because she had at one point cosplayed Avallac'h. She cosplayed almost everybody in this game. She cosplayed Geralt and Ciri and Yennefer and Triss, and she cosplayed Uma. That's a hard costume to cosplay. But she did tons of them. She did pretty much every one of the main characters. And so I started watching her channel after that, and it was a makeup channel for cosplayers.
Took you a while.
And she taught how to do all these really detailed, and she was really good at it. As I said, she was a professional makeup artist who happened to have a YouTube channel and showed people how to do stuff. And then one day her channel's gone. I watched it for maybe 2 years, almost every day. I was fascinated by all this stuff. I used to work, that was a job I had for 16 years. I used to work for Avon, and I was a makeup artist. I was a demo makeup artist, so not a professional level makeup artist. I was one of those people who, hey, you look like you need makeup, sit down this chair, I'll put makeup on you. I was one of those. That's what I did, at the mall. Those jobs. Those salesmen who people are like, oh no, there's somebody who wants to put makeup on my face. I'm going to the other aisle so they don't grab me and sit me in that chair. I was one of those salesmen. I did that for 16 years. I liked that job. I liked being a representative of door-to-door salesman, and I did door-to-door sales for a long time too. That is.
Alas, this awaits us.
Oh, you meet so many people when you knock on the door, and wow, some people. You meet some people, they're like these little ladies like, oh, come in for tea. I don't want to buy any makeup, but hey, put makeup on my dog and I'll give you tea. There was this little old lady, she bought one lipstick every week just so I would sit there for an hour with tea. Well, she had this little Yorkie. She did that for years. And then you meet these other people, you knock on the door, and then immediately they just start, they don't open the door and say hello or anything. They just open the door and then instant screeching and screaming and yelling and wow, you got anger management issues. Door-to-door sales is interesting, but that's very. But she had, she was on Blogspot or Blogger, which are both the same company now. One company bought the other. They were originally Blogspot and Blogger were originally two different companies. She had one of those. She had a Blogger account, and so she blogged all the time. That's usually where she posted her videos. She was like, here's the YouTube video, here's a link to it. And so I went to her blog to see, why is her YouTube channel gone? And she didn't know. She had made a post about it because she posted on that blog all the time, so I assumed she would make a post about it, and she had. That's why I went there to look. And she made a post about it, and she had no clue why had her channel been deleted. And it was the same thing, just like me. It was this, She got a notice, terms of service violation, nothing else. That's all it was. YouTube has weird reasons for deleting channels. I discovered she went through the same runaround I did, and eventually, a few months later, she finally found an answer. Same thing like me. She eventually found somebody who finally looked into it and told her why her channel was deleted. At some point, she had made a video, and it was an older video. It wasn't a newer video. It was like a video she'd made like in 2015 or something. And it was zombie makeup. It was like The Walking Dead or Resident Evil or something like that. Clickers from Last of Us. I don't remember what it was. It was some type of zombie makeup from something, you know. You want to cosplay this zombie from this thing? Here's how you do the makeup. Her channel was deleted.
It's true.
What the final thing, they finally ended up coming back and telling her, because of that one video, and they claimed she was promoting gore and scaring children. Because she made a video how to make zombie makeup for your cosplay costume. Okay. I see it all the time, though. So many YouTubers, they're doing their thing, and they're not breaking any rules, and not doing anything wrong, and all of a sudden their channel's gone. And most of them never can find a reason. Most of them, they just get to run around, they can't get to an actual person, and they finally give up. And did you read YouTube's terms of service? As like, it is so just loosely written. I think anybody that worked at YouTube could delete any channel for any reason at all, no matter how stupid it may be, just because the rules are written so loosely. They can be translated so many ways. And I know, when was that? Was it 2018 or 2019? It was just before Halloween. I can't remember what year it was. It was the last couple of years. It might have been 2018, it might have been 2019. I know it wasn't 2020. It was a year or two before 2020. And it was Halloween. And everybody's doing, you know, everybody does some type of a Halloween video. Movie reviewers start reviewing horror movies, and gamers start playing horror games. Makeup, do Halloween makeup tutorials, and there was just this huge amount.
I know.
It was like several 100,000 channels. It was huge. It was massive. All deleted. All at once, all the same day. Just boom, gone. I was like, wait. I've got all these channels in my subscriber list that I watch. There's like 10 or 12 of them that were all just deleted last night. Why would I delete it? Obviously, YouTube did some type of purge. And then I went on Twitter to see, because that particular YouTuber had a Twitter account, so I went on Twitter to see, did they say why their account was deleted? What happened? And when I got on Twitter, Twitter was flooded with it. Thousands and thousands and thousands of YouTubers all complaining and saying the same thing. My channel was deleted last night. Why was my channel deleted? It was massive. It was one of the really big purges. Where'd you go down? There you went down. What are you? Vibrant. I didn't even see it. I just heard it and saw its shadow. I didn't see it. I didn't know what it was. I was going by the shadow that I was seeing of it. anyways, that particular one, because so many channels were mass deleted and so many people were complaining, YouTube went and issued a statement about it. And it got so many people mad. They issued a statement. Nothing to do with horror, blood, gore, skeletons could be on a video. It was this big list. And it's like, they had banned channels for playing Outlast. They had banned channels for playing Resident Evil. They had banned people for making makeup that might have looked scary. What's his name? That really big channel. His channel wasn't deleted, but most of his videos were deleted. He's still going. Channel Awesome. I forgot his name. Doug Walker. And he was so mad about it, he made a big video about it. I think that video is still up if you look for him. Where he talks about so many of his videos. All of his horror movie videos got deleted. He's a movie reviewer, that's what he does, he reviews movies. And hundreds of his videos were all deleted that same day. They've since changed that because there was so much of a huge amount of complaint about it. But there was a while, it went on for like 3 or 4 months, where you couldn't play games like Outlast or Resident Evil anymore on... They were just outright banned from playing those games on YouTube. Because they weren't family-friendly games. They need clearer definitions. They just do. And the weird thing is, they deleted a lot of channels for playing Outlast.
Help me.
But they didn't delete all channels for playing Outlast. Like big channels like Markiplier and Jacksepticeye, they didn't even delete the videos. Which got, that was another thing that got people mad. People were like, you only targeted the small channels. The big channels, you let them play those games. The small channels can't play them? The same thing's happening right now with Honey Pop too. Half the small channels on YouTube, if you play Honey Pop, you're gone. YouTube's just, nope, you can't play that. And Markiplier is playing it, and YouTube... He even made a video about it, talking about, he said, well, they're probably going to demonetize this because they demonetize these, you know, maybe they'll delete my channel. I've seen them deleting other people's channels. They didn't demonetize the video. And he was talking about it later in one of his podcasts with Bob and Wade. He was talking about it, how my Honey Pop videos haven't even been demonetized, and other channels are just being completely deleted because they're playing the game. He was pointing out that he didn't like that YouTube seemed to be discriminating against smaller channels. I think the way they do it is just, this worker today looked at that video and didn't like that video, so boom, your channel's gone. And then this worker over here looks at this channel and it's the same videos and they don't care, so who cares? It's like it's arbitrary whether or not they delete a channel based off of which person looked at it. That's becoming a big complaint on YouTube right now. They deleted a bunch of videos. I can't remember what it was. It was just a few weeks ago. I wasn't paying attention to it, but I saw it showing up on Twitter, and it was just all these... People are complaining again. And they were pointing out, and that's why I didn't, because all these pictures started showing up, and I was like, oh my god. I don't want to see this. So then I didn't research into it anymore because I didn't even want to see it. Some video got deleted. I don't know.
Let us hope.
Wasn't a channel I knew. So I didn't recognize the video. It wasn't something I'd seen. So I didn't know what it was people were talking about. But it was apparently it was a really big YouTuber. Leafy? I think they were calling it Leafy. I can't remember. It was some big YouTuber. It wasn't one I knew. I didn't recognize him, so I didn't know who it was or what the video was. And supposedly, from what I saw people saying, the video was like he was memeing a joke thing. Somebody had made a video, and he was memeing about it, making fun of it, and pointing out, you know what, that shouldn't be there. And so they deleted his video, but then the other video wasn't deleted. And the other video shows graphic animal abuse in it. And so then all these people started looking on YouTube for, yeah, here's a video of a guy feeding a cat to an anaconda. Here's a video of, it was all gruesome animal abuse videos. And they were pointing out, look, there's millions of really bad videos, and you're not deleting them. So these have been showing up on Twitter for the past about a month. About YouTube. It's one of those things, I would have kept up on it more, because I do keep up on a lot of the what's going on with who's YouTube deleting today type stuff, but all those animal abuse videos were showing up and showing up and showing up, and I was like, no, I don't want to see these. So then I wasn't following it after. I don't know what happened with it. I have a cat on my lap. You asked for something. They're both asleep. My leg, she's completely on one leg, and my leg is like going numb, and I need to move her. But she's curled up sound asleep. Where did we leave our horse? Wait a minute. I've been getting on the horse and getting off the horse and...
This way.
Where are we? Are we coming up near that cave that I said I didn't want to go to yet? We are, aren't we? I see loot sparkles. Yeah, is that what I see? I see... Is that our horse? There's our horse. Wait a minute. I'm having such a hard time seeing through this bed. You are already fatigued again. Look at that. We gotta sell this stuff. We need to find a merchant. He's overburdened so bad. Primal needs is what's causing this. How much weight he carries, he gets tired and exhausted. His health is going down because he's carrying too much stuff. I hear something. Is it a necker? It sounds like a necker, but we're in the middle of looting. Where is it? I am assuming it's that loot sparkle up there that's now dead, so go get that. I can't... I'm trying... Where are we? We're outside of the Cataclysm site, but we haven't gone that far away from it, have we? Or have we? We wander so far. and I don't realize it until I'm like, oh yeah, this ain't where we were. How'd I get here? I tend to aimlessly walk around in this game, just not paying attention to the game that much. More lit sparkles over there. Where's our horse still? We should take our horse. That's clear distance. How did I lose our horse already? We're just standing right beside you.
You must go.
There you are. You know what I need? This glowing beside my horse. Only reason we just found it just now is because I saw that glow, and I looked over at the glow, and hey, there's a horse. If we had like a lamp, like the magic lamp, hanging on the saddle, when we got away from our horse, we could look for the light and we could find our horse. How would I do that?
Naivety is a fool's blessing.
There must be a way to do that. Shouldn't there be a way to do that? That seems like something we should be able to do.
You don't really expect me to confess my feelings, do you?
I don't know if that's loud enough for you to hear. I don't know. If it's loud enough, I can hear it from here. I can hear it again. I don't know what I heard. Oh. Isn't there a mod like that? Is there a mod like that?
A concept you clearly forgot when you left without uttering a word.
I know there's a mod that instead of carrying your swords on your back, Geralt didn't carry his swords on his back in the novels. That's game only fan fiction. Instead of carrying the sword on your back, you carry it on your horse. It's like it puts like a holster thing on the side of your horse, and then you can put the scabbards and it's like a holster that hangs to two scabbards, and then you can put the swords in it. I know there's a mod that does that. I was thinking, doesn't that same mod have the option to put a light, a torch, instead of a sword? You can hang a torch on your horse to light your way while horse riding? I think it did. I'm gonna have to go look that mod up and find out now. Because now that I've thought of it, I want to have the magic lamp hanging on our horse.
This does concern me. These are my friends.
I think I know how to do that. Wait. Yes, I know how to do that. Because I've modded these, the horse bags. This bag that hangs on the horse. I like having the stats from the trophies.
All right.
But I don't like having a big monster head hanging on the horse.
Brew the oil in peace.
I did when I was playing as Geralt. We always had one of the big monster heads on the horse. That was always... Because he's a monster hunter. Avallac'h isn't. Avallac'h doesn't like hurting monsters. He has a big monologue about that in the novels. He hates. He can't stand witchers. He hates witchers because witchers kill monsters, and Avallac'h protects monsters and hoards up monsters. So he wouldn't have a monster head hanging on his horse. He didn't. He had a horse, and he didn't have a monster head hanging on his horse. That wasn't a thing he did. So I've modified the trophies so that because you have this trophy does this stats, but it has this head. Then you have this trophy over here does this stats, and it's got a bag. I was like, I want those stats, but I want that bag. I don't want the griffin head, I want the bag. And then there's a bloody bag or a clean bag. This is the clean bag. You can see it right there. It's you know, the trophy bag hanging on the horse. Instead of a trophy head, there's a bag hanging there. And so I made it so that we can put the trophies on our horse, or some of them. I didn't do all of them. I think I did 2, maybe 3 of them. I did a couple of them. Because there's like 24, 25 trophies. I can't remember how many trophies there are. There was only a couple of them that I used. But they had a monster head. And I didn't want the monster head, but I did want the stats. And I experimented back and forth with changing the stats on, and that worked fine. But then I was wondering, can I change the heads themselves? Can I put this trophy on and have it with a different head or with a bag? And I figured out how to do that, and that's, you know, a mod that you're seeing right now. I have that right here. I don't remember what trophy I've got on there. It shouldn't have a bag, though it's supposed to have a head. So I know using the trophy, I can hang stuff on the horse. Can I use that same method to take the magic lamp and hang it on a horse instead of a bag with the trophy? I want to find out now. I don't know. So, I won't be able to do that today. We have a busy day. It's 9:11 a.m. I haven't gone to bed yet. We are, what? We've gone way over 48 hours since I last had any sleep, haven't we? I am extremely stressed out. That's why we're streaming. I am extremely stressed out. I've been extreme stress overboard overload happening very, very badly. It is very difficult, once I get stressed out on a major level, it's very difficult for me to relax. Which is why I can't sleep. But, what we're doing right now, this relaxes me so much. I've never found anything that, I post my express as well. I've never found anything that calms me down like this game does. But it's not like the gameplay that you normally have in this game of doing the quests and stuff. It's this, what we do here, where we do absolutely nothing but ride our horse through the forest and pick flowers and swim and loot that we find. It's possible to play this game as absolute total non-stop action hack and slash, which we've done, but then it's also possible to play it like this, just horseback riding simulator. Is that what we've turned the game into? That's what we've turned the game into, isn't it? We turned it into a horse riding simulator. Should we check the map? Are we getting close to that cave that I wanted to avoid? Where was the cave we were looking for? I think we went by it and did. It was back by the cemetery. That we were looking for that cave back when we were at the cemetery.
Tyrell recognized the strength of my argument. I have no doubt you do the same.
I forgot. We started talking about the cemetery, then we started talking about YouTube, and I completely forgot what we were doing. Okay, where are we? Because I think we're right near a cave here, aren't we? Wrong button. Who are you? What you? Okay, we are near a cave. You are a cave quest. Okay, I don't want to do that quest right now. That's... I think if we start that quest, we'll be locked into it, because doesn't it puts you into a cave, but ain't it a cutscene where it zips you across, you don't go to it, and then you're stuck in that cave for a while? Okay. Sounds right. We are near a cave. Not the cave I was thinking of. Oh, yeah. That's the cave we were going to. Boy, did we miss it. We were back over here, heading over there. Now we're over here. Did we also want to go to the distillery? What's the other quest? Oh, we started doing the other quest. I remember we started doing the other quest. And we died. And the guy started yelling at us. And then it wouldn't let us finish the quest. Oh, we were supposed to kill those monsters. And it turned around, there were foglets. We were supposed to kill the foglets, and the foglets... Avallac'h died to the foglets. It hit him, and it instead of killing him, it triggered a cutscene. The guy starts yelling at us, and he's like, I can't remember what he said, but he was yelling at us about how, well, you were supposed to be this witcher that knew. I'd never seen that cutscene before, because we'd never died during that battle before. It's so stupidly easy a battle, it's ridiculous we died. It's like, what, 3 foglets you have to fight? It's so stupidly easy. And we died. So I'd never seen this cutscene before. The guy that we're supposed to be helping, he turns around and starts yelling. And you're just supposed to be this witcher that knows how to do it. Yeah, I can see you can't do anything, and he stomps off. I can't remember what exact wording was, but it was basically, yeah, you're never gonna trust a witcher again. Boy, you guys don't live up to your reputation. And then we followed him. He went back to the spot where he was, and we went and we tried to click on him to talk to him, and he's like, come back later after you was it if you've grown up and gotten more traded or something. It's been a few months since that happened. I wonder if we can talk to him again. Where is he? He's right near here. Isn't he right near here? What's Boxholm? Boxholm's the abandoned place, right? It's all burned down and dead people, so it's not there. Valhalla is... What are you? Entrance to cave. Mysterious abandoned village. Monster den. I know it's a village. No? You are sliding off. Do you know you're sliding off or not? You almost fell on the floor. I've got a cat asleep on my lap here, and she just almost fell on the floor. She moved, and she all of a sudden started sliding. Ruined Inn. Wait, isn't there an herbalist down there? Is there an herbalist down there? Blandier, is it What's Blandier? Wait. Here? Yes. There. That guy. Blandier. That's where our cows are. That's our the big double cow field. Okay, what's this guy? Missing miners. Did we do that quest yet? Where's the guy? Okay, where? Wait a minute, I can't see him on the mouse. Where are we? We're here. We want to go here. Where's this? That's over here. We don't want to do that. That's going to trigger a cutscene. That's going to lock us into that. I think that quest is like 45 minutes long. But we can do this quest over here. That's a quick quest. And it says that we've done everything except use Witcher senses here and then go talk to that guy, and then that quest is done. That's a quest we did months ago, and it's showing up on the map because we're near it. We didn't finish it. We just probably have a lot of quests we haven't finished, don't we? Wow, you're fatigued again. That thing is like right over there, right? So we want to, why can't we move? Our horses start. We want to go this way and avoid you, yes? Also, we haven't had a manual save file in a while. Yeah. Oh, you said. So there's like a dead body in the road over there, right? That's what we want to avoid. Yes? Yes, because then that rock is going to fall on us, and that is going to trigger that whole entire quest. Okay. So we want box. Where is that? It's right near here. That's the siege tower. There's a village over there. The lookout thing is up there. The Easter egg is about under us. Where's that? Where are you? I can't see it. It's too foggy, I can't see it. This branches off that way. We want to go this way. The Easter egg's up there. We were on the wrong loop. Yes? Yes? Yes. Okay, there's the Easter egg. Where is Roxanne from that? Okay, standing in the Easter egg. Who was standing? We're standing in the deer? The deer's antlers that we're standing on? If you've never seen this, we'll go away from it so you can see it. There is a giant cave painting here. Get in the right place and go across away from it. It's so big you can't see it. It looks like a path, but it is actually a caveman with a crossbow. Here he is. We're now standing in the caveman. Caveman with a crossbow and his little dog, and they're hunting a deer. And there's the cairn? Is that called a cairn? Is that how you say that? Yeah, you go up to this cairn, but it's foggy. It's very foggy. We're not going to be able to see it good. You go up to this cairn and look back, you can see it. You need a nice clear day to see it. Yeah, there it is. You can kind of see it. It's foggy. You can't see it that good. Man with a crossbow, his little dog, and fighting a deer. And I was going to show you the other one the other day. And we went over there, and by the time we got there, I had completely forgotten why we went over there. And we went off and did something else, and I never showed you it. There's another one over there. And that's the ruins. And Brock's home is right behind the ruins, yes? Am I thinking right? I think so. We'll go over there and find out. After we go meditate at this campsite though, because he's getting very tired.
Supposed to?
He is so tired he can't climb anymore. Things start getting disabled. The more tired he gets, the more he starts walking slower too. He already walks so slow. His fast walk is Geralt's slow walk. But then his slow walk is even slower. Overburdened, he's doing the slow walk right now, so he's just going really slow. But then fatigued makes him go even slower. Alright, 80% means 6 hours, yes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it is a merchant right nearby. We could get some of this problem away by... Okay, I know if we have you drink whatever we had you carry in, it's going to make you sick because you're not hungry. And it was healing your hunger, too. What have we got you? We've got dumplings on one of our swords? Do we? It says we do. Actually, nice word these swords. That's a naginata. What's this? I have no idea what that is. It's like a spear with a handle. It's a weird looking thing. Cow's milk. 75%, 17%. Okay. 50%, 30%. We definitely need to find something else for you to drink. What's this still? 85%. What? It was it 50%? Is that what I just said it was? We need a drink that's just a drink. 95%. 65%. Vinegar? You know, you're crazy enough to drink vinegar. I drink vinegar. I have drank vinegar. I just thinking, crazy enough to have him drink vinegar, but I've drank vinegar. Pickle juice. Okay, that put your thirst down without putting your hunger down, and you're not gonna get sick.
I didn't mention many things. Fortunately, they're no longer important.
We are given conflicting information about Avallac'h. He's initially described as being quite fat. Geralt, when he first sees Avallac'h, his back's turned to him, he's doing something, and he's far away. Geralt hasn't gotten close enough. Geralt can see very far away. He can hear far away. He can smell far
So
away.
let's change
But he
the
hasn't gotten close enough.
Care for a drink?
He's quite a distance. And he's like, hey, there's Dijkstra up there. And then he gets closer. He's like, wait, you don't smell like Dijkstra. And then he's really, oh, no, you're not Dijkstra. Avallac'h has the same silhouette as Dijkstra. Avallac'h and Dijkstra both have a lame left leg. They drag their left leg when they walk. They are both
I detect a
morbidly
shadow of impatience
obese.
on your faces, it seems.
And they are both very tall.
So what brings you here?
When Geralt first met Avallac'h, he mistook him for Dijkstra because of having both the same silhouette and the same gait when he walked. Which means Avallac'h's quite fat. And Dijkstra in the game doesn't accurately represent Dijkstra in the novels. Dijkstra in the novels would be more comparable to Jabba the Hutt. Insanely fat. And that means Avallac'h is as well, if they both had the same silhouette. It also tells us that he was so fat he couldn't walk. And he has 6 knockers that carry him. Knockers are mountain trolls. They're bigger than cave trolls. When Geralt needs to leave in a hurry, Avallac'h's like, take one of these.
We
I
must
get
let
knockers
her
here.
resolve
Take
her
one.
grief.
And then Geralt doesn't get a choice because the knockers go, oh, let me grab puny little human and stick you on my shoulder and run off with you. And it took 6 of these gigantic things that could pick Geralt up like he was a little Thumbelina doll. 6 of those to carry Avallac'h. Avallac'h's huge. He's also 11 feet tall. Which again, smallest, shortest male, skinniest male. His 3D model. Him and the skeleton that the texture file wraps around. Him and Horson Jr. are the only 2 that have that. And it's called skinny male. They're both tiny. All the other male characters in the game have average male or big male or berserker male. And then Geralt has a different one. That's why most of Geralt's clothes don't fit Avallac'h, because he is so small and he is so skinny. I'm also told he starved himself to death. Which would suggest very skinny, and is what the game goes on. And then in the game, we're given information that doesn't contradict the novels, but may not be accurate to the novels. It is uncertain. The game gives us information that he's anorexic and won't eat. There's a waterfall. Is that what I'm looking for over here? Wait, where's... There, I just saw a building. The building, is that the building over there? I don't know. I got turned around again. What's this waterfall? Let's go look at the waterfall. Wait a minute. Okay, I recognize the waterfall. Ain't the waterfall... Ain't this in your Leshen? Also, is this a waterfall with the treasure chest in it? I don't know. I can't remember. Most waterfalls have a treasure chest in them, but not all of them. You do? Yes, you do.
Even fewer can do.
Are you not lootable? We already looted you? Okay. I know where that is. You have 2 merchants, and behind you is another merchant, and behind you is 1, 2, 2 or 3. Okay, this string of quite a few merchants. That's not what I'm looking for. We're looking for Brock's home, and we almost went off that cliff. I wasn't paying attention where I was coming. We're looking for Brock's home, and I think it's behind this thing here, right? We go down behind here? Yes, it is. We go down around behind that. We can't finish the quest because we missed something, but we did this quest months ago, and I don't know what it was we missed, and I don't remember. But we're right near it, so we'll go see if we can figure it out. Hey, look, here's these. Wait a minute. We spent like an hour looking for them the other day. We just randomly found them now. Those mushrooms that spawn back really quickly. Where was the other one? There's a circle of them here. And there's ones over there.
Avallac'h, he prepared some special ointments for me.
How long did we figure out they respawned back? It was like 2 minutes, right? It was really fast. Wasn't as fast as the first time? The first time we encountered it, they spawned back so fast. And the other one is right there. Yes, there it is. And then the next one.
You humans have unusual tastes.
Up there. We get sidetracked by these mushrooms again. Yes, there it is.
But I won't allow it. Far too great a risk.
You know, we haven't remembered yet to go to any other place and see, do these mushrooms do this same type of mushroom? Do these do this anywhere else? Or is it just here? I've never noticed them do it anywhere else, but I don't remember another place where there's this many of them in one spot. Was there 11 of them here? Is that what we figured out the other day? There's the other one. And before we didn't anything to do it today, but the other stream, which was about what, 2 weeks ago? About 2 weeks ago. The other stream, I did think when we got here to go, yeah, see, they're already back. And we can just go around here all day. The time it takes us to get to each one of them, they'll be back. And then we go to the next one, they'll be back, and they're all back. I don't remember ever seeing this happen. Most plants take about 3 days in-game time to respawn back. And yet these respawn back in under 2 minutes, I think. I didn't use a clock to time it. You see, this hasn't spawned back, and it won't for a while. But this one's already back. And then up inside the castle, there's a whole bunch more. We just went around and around and around and around, and we ended up with, what, 7,000 something of them when we got done. And it took us only a few minutes to do it. Because they're giving us like 10 at a time. Look, it's already back. We just picked this one, and it's already back. We'll have to find a place. Can't think of a place where else. Like, I know they grow in a lot of places around the game, but I can't think of one right now. Think of some place else where they grow and test them in other locations to see, is it something with that grid that's causing it? Or is it that particular mushroom is coded wrong for some reason?
Has not found the island as yet. It is a matter of time.
That's another one. You know, in the novels, the Wild Hunt are described as scantily clad Amazonian she-elves who carry crossbows and never left Avallac'h's side and painted their faces gold. Which is why I made this mod that puts them in the game. This is the Wild Hunt as they were described in the novels. That's why these women are with him.
I thought it might aid your passage.
They were his bodyguards.
After all, that
he
is
was
what
the leader of
lighthouses
the
do.
Wild Hunt.
Show the way.
There's another one. There's another one. Eridan was the leader of the Red Riders, who were male elves, who stayed with Eridan. The Red Riders was a different and separate group from the Wild Hunt.
Very well. Have your oracle summon dreams in my king's last moments.
And aren't we where... We're getting sidetracked by mushrooms and we forgot why we came over here. Aren't we near where we were supposed to be?
At times, one must
Is
use
this an
reason
Easter egg for
rather
something?
than
This
brains.
looks familiar to something outside of Witcher 3, but I don't know what. That. You can't see it over there. That. It looks like a logo for something. But then when we get closer to it, it's not that shape at all. Weird. And okay, where did it want us to go? Use the Witcher senses on that. Use the Witcher senses on that. You okay? You sound like you're coughing there. Okay. Where's your diaper? You took your diaper off. You know, why don't you go get a drink? Hey, hey. She is having an awful time breathing lately. That is Marcy. She's 20 years old. She's been having all kinds of problems lately. She's old dog problems.
Did you know?
Okay, I just went the wrong way, didn't I? It showed to go in a building. One of these building things. I'm not going to read maps.
I never doubted you would. But why did you? You might have just asked.
You know what? You're running into a cat over there. She's knocked everything down.
Well, that's an awfully gloomy face.
This one says unlock. Okay. So we missed this one before. And then the other one should be right beside it. Right beside it how? Over there? That one? That one's gone. Go to the bridge. Follow the path. Is that this? I hear you getting into stuff over there. What are you getting into? I can reach you almost. Yeah. Oh, I know.
I'm still a long way from mastering anything, but I am trying. Anyway, I did learn from the best.
Don't know what's wrong with it. It's gonna cost $500 for all the tests. Find out. Fits are expensive. Where are we? This way? Bridge. Is this the bridge we was looking at? Okay, wait a minute. No. There's another bridge over there. That bridge? That bridge. You know, you'd think with how many hours I have in this game, how many years we've been playing this game, how many times we look at the map, I would have figured out by now how to read the map. But no. I always get it backwards. It's like I have map reading dyslexia or something. No matter what I look at in a map, I always go the opposite direction. It's weird. That's how we get so lost. Alright, so this bridge is the one we were looking for.
Visions that cannot be fabricated. Do you wish to show me how Eredin murdered our king?
The game implies Eredin murdered Aberon. Avallac'h's outright accusing Eredin of murdering Aberon, but there's more evidence in the novels that Avallac'h did it than there is Eredin did it. It never tells you one way or the other who did it. Okay, there's no building over there. That means we're going to that building there where we just were where the logo is? No? No? Okay, there's the fast travel post. I just saw that on the map. It shows a path. We've got a grass mod on here that puts so much grass I can't see the path. So this is the path. Okay. Oh, this is that place where the fiend actually died, and we never came in here because we didn't actually kill the fiend. That's how we missed it. Our travel companions ran ahead and killed the fiend, and then a cutscene switched us over to someplace else. We ended up never over here at all. It's telling us we're supposed to pick something up over here before we can go back and talk to that guy. I see loot all over the place. I might as well get the loot over here. We're overburdened so much right now, it doesn't matter if we're going to be overburdened more. We're going to be back up to 2,000 pounds. We're in an area where there's several merchants. We should go sell stuff. What time is it? It's almost 10.
The very old world, thoroughly raped and destroyed.
Yes. Rascal, you knocked too much stuff down, I think. Oh, you were Rascal then. Where did he go? This has a marker we're supposed to climb up. Now, it told us to use Witcher senses. Was it up here that it wanted us to use Witcher senses? It is up here that it wants us to use Witcher senses. Over there? Alright, let's pick up this loot first. Should a Vran brain show up in this area? Vran brain is a loot-only item. Right. It told us to use Witcher senses over here, I think, right? Is this what we were supposed to find? That was a Witcher gear thing, but this ain't a Witcher gear quest. No? Oh, there was another green circle though, wasn't there? Okay. Okay, that isn't...
I trust you did not make a mess.
You just knocked everything down. Come here. She was trying to get up on the bed and she missed the bed and ended up climbing up on the shelf. There you are again. Hey, hey, that's not the bed. You're knocking everything off the shelf. Come here. I can't reach you. I need an extension on my arm so I can reach you. You're completely missing the bed. Can you go up here? This looks climbable. It is climbable. If we had done this during the quest, I would probably know what we're looking for, but we did this quest maybe 6-7 months ago at least. Ah, I think I see it. It's that thing that's glowing blue, right? Okay. I think we're supposed to be looking for the kid's body. Isn't that what the instructions were? I don't remember. This is the one where it said something about the guy wearing yellow. I can tell because he's wearing yellow. Let's click. There we go. Let's click.
Dead. Just dead. Avenge those boys.
There it goes.
There's that at least.
Okay, now we can talk to him. But I also saw more loot over here that we missed. Siri wants a hug. We haven't hugged her enough. we didn't come over here. I no, this is the one where we didn't want to kill the fiend, and so we avoided this area. And our travel companions killed the fiend, and we got all the quest updates because of it. But then, why didn't we come over here after the fiend was already dead? I don't remember. It was so long ago. I have no idea what VOD it would be either. I don't know, do we have any screenshots from that? Is that climbable? That looks climbable. Also, that tower looked like we could get in it somehow.
Siri,
Well, I guess now we're hugging Siri instead of picking that flower.
can you hear me?
Where am
Also,
I?
where are we? Do we teleport?
Come. Don't just stand there. I want a hug.
No? The background just looked different, I guess, because it was facing the other direction from the wall.
Come, we must go.
All right. We'll talk later.
Now we're dizzy. There we go. I'm being dizzy. Alright. Pick flowers. And I saw another flower while you were hugging Siri. There it is. Yeah, that looks like we can climb up there and get into that tower. Are you gonna be stuck? Stop being stuck. He's stuck. There we go. Alright, climb back out. This is one of those instances where we're reminded Avallac'h is short. You can't reach it. I'm pretty sure Carol could reach that. There we go. Now you can reach it. There's some places where we can't jump, and we have to find either an alternate way around or skip the quest entirely, or go in and make a mod that allows him to jump higher at that location, just because he's so much shorter than Carol. These trees are dense, we can't see through them. I thought there was something in this tower, and I don't know. Tulip is stuck in the corner. You're not going to try and grab that? Is there no handhold there? That looks like there should be. He's not even trying to grab it. This is back where we were. That looks like we can get up there.
So I must believe you've put equal effort into preparing this lie.
This looks like a bit of a climb here. Can we get... No. He is not trying to grab it, he's just trying to jump. Usually there's a handhold thing somewhere and he'll just automatically grab it. And he's not doing that here. But it looks like there should be. Okay, right on the edge. No, you fall. You fall off
Fled
and
through many
don't
worlds,
die.
many times. They came very close to catching me once. It was then that Avallac'h appeared, out of nowhere.
That looks like we can get on it. Okay, stop slide. Stop. You're getting tired, yeah. You're back. Now you've got rascals.
But I can't very well tie
Chip
her up
bag.
and teleport her away, can they? Not at all.
Is that a hand grabby thing there? No. That one isn't either, I think. You see, like right there, he just automatically grabs it when you get close to it. He just automatically grabs it. He's not doing that anywhere around this thing. I can't remember. Have we ever gotten up on this thing ever? It's not likely we would have tried in any other playthrough. 'Cause this playthrough's the first time we've just wandered around exploring stuff to see what we could do. You're kind of in it. I can't see your feet to see where we can walk. He's not grabbing anything here.
I'll go see where our dearest sage is.
Your dearest sage is jumping like crazy right now. And hitting his head on this. Where'd Siri go? We left her behind somewhere. Why are you sliding off? Well, now's the question. Can we get up in this one and then look over at that one and see a way to get up in that one? Let's try that. Wait, is there something to climb over here? This just goes back over there where we already are. We have found when jumping up on these walls and stuff, we've found boxes that are like teetering on the edge. Some of them are marked, and you can get up there, and they'll there. You can get that? That looked like you could get there. You can get up there. I knew you could get up there. You're gonna fall off. Why did you fall off? That would have hurt awful. If you actually fell off something that high and landed on your feet like he just did, break your ankles. Yeah, that's not a fun height to fall from. Wait, is there? There's a hole here we can kind of get up in, but there's no ladder.
Exquisite irony, but what did I do to deserve it? Have I given you cause to doubt my intentions?
I don't see anything at all that we can climb up on this with. We can get on this side. Sort of. Can't get any further?
You shall see the truth. You will dream it.
If I could see better, I could see what is over there. I can't see good. I'm blind in one eye and can't see good in the other eye. So. See distance is good in the game or outside of the game. Can't jump on this? No? What are you doing? He won't move. There we go. He's stuck for some reason. He won't move. I was wondering if we could tell from here. Is there anything, boxes or anything in there? We found one.
Even fewer can locate.
It's in Velen, right? I think it's in Velen. We found one. It's a tower, and there's like 4 towers right near each other. And you can get up in them. And there's loot. And you can get up in the next one, and there's loot. And then the other one, you can see there's a chest, like the type that has a key. And it's got loot sparkles, so you can tell you can loot it. But there's no way to get up to it. It looks like it should have a ladder. It's the type of tower, like a lookout tower that has a ladder. There's several in the game, and they always have a ladder, and that one doesn't have a ladder. And there's absolutely no way to get up there. It looks like you were supposed to be able to get up there and loot it. There was supposed to be a ladder there, and they didn't put one there. I'll have to figure out how. I know you can do it, because there's mods that do it. How you place an item in a location. Because I'm pretty sure that spot is supposed to have a ladder. There is a very obvious box that glows with loot sparkles, and it's something, it glows with loot sparkles without mods that add loot sparkles in the vanilla game. But you just absolutely can't reach it. Okay, now we can see it kind of from the side, but we can't. sidetracked. When we first turned the game on, 5.5 hours ago, we were on a hill, and I said, there's Yennefer's boat. Let's go over there. Whatever happened to that? We could see it from a distance. Yeah, we were going to aim at it. Okay, now we can see it. We can see it better from up here. We could see it from a distance. And we were on our way there. Something somewhere sidetracked us. We're getting close to 6 hours. I think I'm going to stop here because we got to get ready to leave.
I'm gone.
Saying that Marcy could get a drink. She won't get a drink. I promise she won't get a drink. I don't know why she keeps coughing, Ethan. We had a dog that did that before. And we took him into the vet. The vet said, well, old dogs have lung problems. We go to a different vet now. But that vet was always doing stuff like that. But supposedly, according to other vets as well, what she's doing is a common problem for dogs her age. She is 20 years old. She would be 140 in people years. I don't know. I don't like doctors when you go to a doctor to get help and you're like, oh, yeah, that's, you know, that's a thing. Everybody does that. Okay. So how do you fix it? I think Maine has just a general problem of everybody who comes up here to be a doctor has got this attitude of, yeah, they're just hicks in the sticks, so we don't need to help them. Most doctors up here are also interns. They're always doing, yeah, I'm doing my internship. After I get done studying all this and learning all this, then I'm going back to wherever the hell in Maine. We have such a huge problem having doctors here. It's ridiculous. You know, we finally got relaxed again. Relaxes me. But I have to get ready to go back and go finish police stuff. Yeah. Go back and finish police stuff. Let's see. Tell me I gotta go do that. There's so much damage and so much vandalism that they have to bring a team to go through. Make a list of it. That's what I'll be doing for the rest of the day? Itemizing. How much vandalism have the jackasses done? I hate bigots, bastards, and rapists. We seem to have lots of them around here. Overall problems, Maine. I think the attitude of everything, not just medicine, is, oh, it's Maine, Hicks and the sticks. We don't need to be real policemen who do anything with laws or stop people from committing crimes. And it doesn't matter that the Ku Klux Klan is terrorizing everybody in the neighborhood. Who the hell cares? It's Maine. I have a day of more stress ahead of me, so we'll probably have more streaming later tonight afterwards. That seems to be what triggers me to stream. Some type of stress.